àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láàyè ń wojú ẹ̀. Màmá àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tó bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti bí wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tí a jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Ekpe as a nation town in the early days meant that commercial activity was constant with numerous developments and infrastructures, but the reverse is the case as life has stopped in the tracks for residents.
As you see from the documentary, it's a very beautiful place. This is a place everyone from this part of Lagos could always go and enjoy nature and come back. So that would help the economy of this place. Fishing happens there a lot. So these people actually feed us here. So if things are better there, fishing here, food, and for us here, agriculture from there, it would be better. So I think it would be a lot better if everything, this ripple effect I'm talking about, if everybody is in on it, all the agencies involved, if they are in on it, results will be achieved, definitely.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú. Mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí ọmọ apẹja ń lu yìí. Torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic. Mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom. Torí mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbá yìí ni pé bí ìbá yìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀. So school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bíbá yìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀. Kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bíbá school tó wà ń bíbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bíbá yìí fún wọn student wọn ní bíbá yìí. Kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbogbo kò sí ní bíbá yìí. So nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bíbá yìí nìyẹn.
When you listen to the dominant narration in the news, the kind of the last frontier to absorb those population challenge, that's the frontier we need to push agriculture, push tourism, push sustainable living, climate change. Because again, when the climate change comes, it will hit them first and hit them hardest because they are not protected. Oriba, for instance, is the voting capital for the second ward. There's Oriba ward, there's Urubukire ward. I'm talking this. Let's speak it from politics. Now, if you count all the votes in a division and you've not seen that of Oriba, you're wasting your time. Now, because of that, you see a lot of politicians going to this place. I remember, was this at Ibo, one of those villages, when the chief had to go and bring for us an old wall clock that one politician gives it. After giving this wall clock, they walked away. And there's nothing for us again. So they felt that this will only come when they need votes. And then they said, they felt despondent.
What really can be done to help the residents of Ekpe town? Who knows? But we'll take a break here, and when we return, we'll be speaking to an environmentalist on ways to help restore the lost glory of Ekpe town. Please stay with us. Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Go, sir. Go.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, we know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country. Stop corruption now.
Welcome back. You're still watching Ecosphere, and today our attention is on the historic Ekpe town, now a shadow of its former self as a result of a seaweed water hyacinth, which is an environmental threat to Ekpe residents. I'm now being joined on the program by John Makoko, who is an environmentalist and is also quite familiar with Ekpe town. Thank you for joining me on the program. Now, the historic Ekpe town was once a collecting point for the export of fish. Now, looking back at Ekpe then and now, what do you know about Ekpe, and what are your thoughts on the current state of the town?
Yeah, thank you very much. Ekpe is a historic town and one of the 5 divisions that make up Lagos State. When the military boys came in 1966. However, as with other areas in Nigeria, Ekpe has not fared too well. It was a postal town. Now, recently, till about 40 years ago, thereabout, till about 20 years ago, it was known as a coastal fishing town. And it had a very large fishing market, which is busy almost every day of the week. And most of the indigenes of Ekpe are into fishing business. It's either they are fishermen catching the fish, or they are fish sellers selling the fish. Most of the men catch the fish, while the women sell the fish. And until the late 80s and early 90s, when the water hyacinth infiltrated that coastal area, fishing was the main economic activity that Ekpe was known for. In fact, Ekpe has what I can call an international fishing market, where not only other areas of Lagos, other states in Nigeria, even up to Ondo, but up to neighboring West African countries come to buy fish. However, when water hyacinth came, both the quality of the catch and the quantity fell drastically. What we have today is a shadow of what used to be the Ekpe main fishing market. Ambode is an indigene of Ekpe town. When he was governor, he tried to give Ekpe town a facelift. He even promised to help them modernize the fishing market. However, as he lost the second term bid, you can as well kiss bye-bye to the dream that the market will get the uplift. So what do we have? Ekpe is back in its steady march of, non-development. If you go to the market today, it's a shadow of itself. In fact, the traders, they say they don't know any other occupation, so they just go there, they sit down instead of staying at home, and they virtually moan until they go back in the evening. Definitely, Ekpe is in need of urgent intervention.
We are well aware of the growth of the seaweed causing environmental issues for residents. Now, what do you know about the seaweed, the water hyacinth? And let me ask, why and how is the beautiful plant a menace to Ekpe residents?
Thank you, Mary. The water hyacinth invasive plant came into Nigeria in 1984, landed in Lagos, and started to spread. It spread to Ogun, spread to Ondo, and virtually took over the whole of the coastal waters. And because of the nature of plant that it is, it reproduces so fast because it reproduces sexually and asexually. And one of the things that has aided the spread of the water hyacinth is the pollution that goes into the waters. Particularly these hydro pollutions, either diesel, petrol, then this chemical pollution from maybe the cotton, textile industries, a few other chemical factories that empty or that discharge into the water. These pollutants create a very conducive environment, and don't forget, we're in the tropical region. So with the right temperature, the right humidity, and with the pollution, and of course the flow of water, the water hyacinth spreads very rapidly. And honestly, if you know the rate of growth of water hyacinth, you'll be shocked. It can grow up to, it can cover 600 hectares within 3 months. And you see, when it does so, because of the unique feature, on top of the water, the leaf doesn't have much weight. It floats. The root under the water survives very well in the habitat that it has created for itself. It drives other plants away. And by so doing, it blocks the total waterway.
Now, I must ask, do you think there is a lasting solution to the growth of the seaweed, and is there a positive side to the growth of the water hyacinth?
Talking about tackling water hyacinth, like other organisms of its type, there are 3 main methods. You have the physical method, which the government embarked on since around September 2020. The problem with the physical method is that it does not actually address the root cause of the water hyacinth growth and spread. And it causes fatigue. You can use dredgers, you can use combined machines, a large combination of them. So like I said, from the physical method, which involves going there with dredgers, harvesters, and labor to clear the water hyacinth from the water body. There are also the biological methods by which certain insects and organisms are introduced that infest the water hyacinth and kills it. The problem with this second method is that it's a long-term method. It is cheaper. Another problem is that non-target things in the environment can also be affected. The same thing for the chemical method. You can use certain chemicals to actually kill off the water hyacinth. But the problem is that the chemicals may also affect other habitats in the environment. And of course, you cannot do it once and get a complete treatment. To try to repeat it continuously can be very expensive. Another thing that can be done is to study the growth pattern of the water hyacinth and use a control method to gradually weed off the water hyacinth from the waters. Right? So if you do that, maybe for short term you use the physical method, the medium term you can use the chemical method, while you are relying more on the biological method for the long term. Now, looking at the positive side of the water hyacinth, I've named so many. You can produce anti-pollutants with water hyacinth that can be used in pharmaceutical industry, used in chemical industry, used in textile industry. I know textiles, pharmaceuticals, and all that, they are down. But one thing I know is that the ones existing, they import. Water hyacinth will not be sold because it has a nuisance value today. If they can get this product from there, it will be cheap. The other industries can actually buy it. Water hyacinth can be used to make, like I said, fabrics, board products. It can be used to make paper products. It can be used to do so many things that in the interim, before they clear it, a whole set of industries can spring up from evacuating water hyacinth from the waters.
Now, let me ask, finally, before I let you go, aside from the growth of the seaweed, it generally seems like the town has been abandoned by the government. The people lack clean water and the overall well-being of residents is threatened. Now, what do you think can be done to restore the lost glory of the town?
Thank you. That of a pet town is easy. You have to modernize the main market because it is like the main artifact from the town. If it is done, it can even become a tourist attraction. There are other signposts there that people will be interested in going there to see. The market is a shadow of itself. In fact, it's a no-no. Yes, Ambode did some work on roads, but sadly it stopped in the main town. The roads must be made to go interland a bit more, because roads open up areas, we know that. I think the people should try to get LASWA to open a center there if possible, or make an arrangement with LASWA, how they can also join the, what do we call it now? Is it an intervention program for communities affected by water hyacinth?
Well, environmentalist John Makoko, thank you for joining me on the program. Thank you for your contributions. Well, on that note, we have come to the end of today's edition of the program. Many thanks for watching. I'm Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Thank you for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. A recently conducted survey carried out by Market Trends International (NTI) on all presidential candidates in the 2023 election has placed Labour Party candidate Peter Obi ahead of Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress (APC), and Rabiu Kwankwaso of New Niger People's Party (NNPP), among others. In a statement by the agency's executive director, Victor Evomenye, the opinion survey says 44% of the respondents indicated that they would vote for the Labour Party candidates in the upcoming presidential election. According to the MTI boss, this has come as a surprise to Nigerians because the Labour Party and Peter Obi had no presence in Nigerian presidential scene as of December 2021. A joint team of security agents in Bauchi State have killed no fewer than 12 notorious bandits and kidnappers during a gun battle in the Al-Kaleri local government area of the state. The police public relations officer Bauchi State Command, Ahmed Wakil, made this known in a statement made available to journalists in the state on Monday. He said their kingpin, Madaki Manso, was also killed in the operation, while others escaped into the bush with gunshot wounds. The House of Representatives had a committee on assessment and status of all recovered loot, movable and immovable assets from 2002 to 2020, as urged the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to prevent looters from recovering their loot in the ongoing auction of seized and forfeited assets. The committee's chairman, Adejoro Adeogun, while explaining that his panel had earlier recommended speedy disposal of recovered loot, especially fixed assets, expressed the possibility of looters recovering the forfeited assets by proxy. The EFCC on December 6, 2022 commenced inspection an auction of 649 forfeited vehicles located across 9 states and the Federal Capital Territory through appointed auctioneers. South Korean authorities say they were trying to track down a Chinese national who tested positive for COVID-19 on arrival but went missing while waiting at a quarantine facility. On Tuesday, South Korea announced mandatory coronavirus tests on Chinese arrivals, joining a growing list of countries imposing restrictions amid concerns over a wave of infections following China's decision to lift stringent zero COVID-19 policies. In business, the Minister of Mining and Steel Development, Lekon Adigbite, has emphasized the need to de-risk the mining sector to attract local and international investors. Speaking during a television interview, the minister explained that mining is a very risky venture. Hence, the government needs to de-risk the sector by investing its own money into exploration and acquiring data so that these data would drive people to the sector. On the issue of illegal mining, Adigbite said the ministry is working with security to tighten the loose end and to ensure that illegal activities don't take place in the first place. The French Foreign Ministry said it has received a letter from the Burkina Faso authorities in December requesting the departure of France's ambassador from Burkina Faso, a move the minister called not standard practice. The apparent expulsion signals a further deterioration in relations between Burkina Faso and former colonial master France, which maintains strong ties with other former colonies in West Africa and has special forces stationed there. In sport, United States has admitted he kicked his wife in an argument when they were teenagers. The hatter, who led the U.S. MNT to the last 16 of the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, where they were beaten by the Netherlands, released a statement in which he admitted to the incident, as well as suggesting he was being blackmailed over it. The 49-year-old is now under investigation by U.S. Soccer after an allegation was made against him. And that's it from the newsroom. Do join us at the top of the hour for more stories. I'm Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the creative director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste, and I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the waste museum is very big, like on a community, like a 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot, and I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the waste museum, and we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. There's been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Whoa, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, and then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animals, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents who will have universities, we have hotels, we have rooms, we have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste, plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk, we want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it again, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waist. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So you know that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking these questions. Why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions. And then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. I know art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Entrepreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trial and error. We'll fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste, and it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours. So it means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. if you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it is not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
ma na ta mi ro hwe ore pigbe wu e ma na ta mi ro hwe pe wa wo le bile ko yen re you know go mi yan na dran de wuga lo wo lo iku do re we no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo ohun lo wa.
I want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat, that the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. They just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos state government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estates Limited, threatened not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging comes, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water flowed with it. When somebody passes, that boat will be there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos state government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community in July 2012 when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In the disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
Dubai team do bon orudo to bo we sinwo lo mga team ton gari do mi ma team don lo ma chenchen o hole ton lo ma chenchen ton yo e mo do yin ale yo ado gbe ami amo gbe do mi lo ma ba yi clear ni gari mo no e joru ba no lo yo ya beto o ya beto ya beto lo mi do na no nu je jo yi ba no lo ye je nu saji do asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin saji do ya be me le ran to o me ro wo lonu e gan le po mi mo gan le gbo e jo ro wo lonu do ni jo lo me mo so ya mi gbele gbo wo lonu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a like ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn schools ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dà.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste. You understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame An informal fishing community were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Toribami. Toribami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Toribami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do, and you now chase them to they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that break spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, we had at the sign, they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community would benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these 3 agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview, by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Opa George. We finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Makoko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Makoko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Makoko. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 8 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They break sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who say you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who say you? They say they want to develop. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is a landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's a one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court. We complained. They said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so it's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. So come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Morocco is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area, used to be a thriving town of Makoko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Makoko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Makoko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Thank you for staying with us on the newsroom. I am Folashade Ogurinde. A recently conducted survey carried out by Market Trends International (NTI) on all presidential candidates in the 2023 election has placed Labour Party candidate Peter Obi ahead of Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Bola Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress (APC), and Rabiu Kwankwaso of New Niger People's Party (NNPP), among others. In a statement by the agency's executive director, Victor Evomenye, the opinion survey says 44% of the respondents indicated that they would vote for the Labour Party candidates in the upcoming presidential election. According to the MTI boss, this has come as a surprise to Nigerians because the Labour Party and Peter Obi had no presence in Nigerian presidential scene as of December 2021. A joint team of security agents in Bauchi State have killed no fewer than 12 notorious bandits and kidnappers during a gun battle in the Al-Kaleri local government area of the state. The police public relations officer Bauchi State Command, Ahmed Wakil, made this known in a statement made available to journalists in the state on Monday. They said their kingpin, Madaki Manso, was also killed in the operation, while others escaped into the bush with gunshot wounds. The House of Representatives had a committee on assessment and status of all recovered loot, movable and immovable assets from 2002 to 2020, as urged the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to prevent looters from recovering their loot in the ongoing auction of seized and forfeited assets. The committee's chairman, Adejoro Adeogun, while explaining that his panel had earlier recommended speedy disposal of recovered loot, especially fixed assets, expressed the possibility of looters recovering the forfeited assets by proxy. The EFCC on December 6, 2022 commenced inspection an auction of 649 forfeited vehicles located across 9 states and the Federal Capital Territory through appointed auctioneers. South Korean authorities say they were trying to track down a Chinese national who tested positive for COVID-19 on arrival but went missing while waiting at a quarantine facility. On Tuesday, South Korea announced mandatory coronavirus tests on Chinese arrivals, joining a growing list of countries imposing restrictions amid concerns over a wave of infections following China's decision to lift stringent zero COVID-19 policies. In business, the Minister of Mining and Steel Development, Lekon Adigbite, has emphasized the need to de-risk the mining sector to attract local and international investors. Speaking during a television interview, the minister explained that mining is a very risky venture. Hence, the government needs to de-risk the sector by investing its own money into exploration and acquiring data so that these data would drive people to the sector. On the issue of illegal mining, Adigbite said the ministry is working with security to tighten the loose end and to ensure that illegal activities don't take place in the first place. The French Foreign Ministry says it has received a letter from the Burkina Faso authorities in December requesting the departure of France's ambassador from Burkina Faso, a move the minister called not standard practice. The apparent expulsion signals a further deterioration in relations between Burkina Faso and former colonial master France, which maintains strong ties with other former colonies in West Africa and has special forces stationed there. In sports, United States head coach Greg Berhalter has admitted he kicked his wife in an argument when they were teenagers. Berhalter, who led the U.S. MNT to the last 16 of the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, where they were beaten by the Netherlands, released a statement in which he admitted to the incident, as well as suggesting he was being blackmailed over it. The 49-year-old is now under investigation by U.S. Soccer after an allegation was made against him. And that's it from the newsroom. Do join us at the top of the hour for more stories. I'm Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Happy New Year 2023. On the first day of 2023, President Obasanjo wrote a passionate letter to Nigerian youth and said it's their turn in the 2023 general elections, endorsing the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. It's the major news across the media in the new year and has generated a lot of debates. Some people say President Obasanjo can't even win his own ward. That's funny because all the presidents after him have always sought his endorsements. They saw Ashwebi to see him and seek his support. Suddenly, he chooses a different candidate and is suddenly paperweight. I say Nigerian politics will humble you. They've gone seeking a 10-year-old letter from his daughter Eyabo in 2023 to her father to buttress their point that he's a paperweight. Some others say he just wants a president he can control. I'm not sure he controlled President Yar'Adua and President Jonathan. But whatever the permutations and machinations around political endorsements by elder statesmen and former presidents, endorsements are not the real issue. President Obasanjo has only one vote. It's the voice of the youth that matter. What's the decision of Nigerian youths going into 2023? Is it still money for your votes, or it's about which politician is related to your uncle or friends? Have we researched the candidates? Some people think the best candidates may even be in relatively unknown parties. That may be true. It's therefore very exciting to have a third force this election cycle. It used to be a decision between the devil and the deep blue sea. Whatever happens in 2023 general elections, Nigerians are winning. And I'm not just prophesying into the year, it's a statement of facts. There are many challenges facing Nigerians getting the best governance available on Mother Earth. But this year, 2023, like Pastor Adejairi Adeboye has told us, we will stay hopeful and positive. There's still great things about Nigeria, and we'll focus on those. Have you collected your PVC? 7 million registered voters in Lagos and over 2 million PVCs still uncollected. If you haven't collected your PVC, you have to task yourself not to give up till you get it. The beavers make elections rigging difficult, so don't worry, your vote will count this year. For those of us with our PVCs, have you checked the INEC portal for your name? I did and didn't find my profile. The same PVC I've used since 2011. I'm hoping the portal I checked had a glitch on that day. Well, I'm headed to the closest INEC office to find out. I keep saying, let Nigerians have their choice of president. No need to fight or bicker. Everyone has a reason for choosing their choices. They have a right to those choices. What we should concentrate on is an issues-based campaign. Nigerians will create their own prosperity if the right infrastructure is available. Secure Nigeria. Restructure so every state is in control of its own wealth as well as development. Provide 24 hours electricity. Divest, and you will see all the other issues start to come into focus as they are addressed. But when the people aren't even sure they will come back home alive after venturing out to provide for their families, the economy will definitely suffer. The future of Nigeria is in the hands of the youth. The youth are the major voting bloc, and if all young people get involved, Nigeria will definitely change. Happy and successful 2023 to you. You will succeed this year.
The Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It's a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we question it to be we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipoleumu, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipoleumu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, see large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ipoleumu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Enyoma Darewolo, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Osogbo pele, Osogbo rola, Osogbo pele, Osogbo. That was when they knew they are in Osogbo. Literally meaning Osogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened, you do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them. that we said we should leave this place. As a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we call Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Makoko, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the art with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there, because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional carving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, herbs. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is herbs, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. So I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in Robotics camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you in deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
When I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we're not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I felt, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we'll be limiting a number of people. Because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so, for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet. You have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone, because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development. You know, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
You know, money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up same thing. So how do you set up same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car, I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government, because he was given an award by the president in November 2020, and now he's developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN, people that RAIN has actually promoted or produced. And they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development.
I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, This next innovator will blow your mind. With his invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. We do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwoka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay. Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Owuka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then remove, you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your security is intact. Within Global Technologies, we make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your comfort is what you need. We'll make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, it gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? From your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms were booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 Naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling, looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing And now you can sync our OvoSmart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OvoSmart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
Well, at first when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people. People have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus, without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us. People we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is going because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies, I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu.
President Muhammadu Buhari says it will cost the federal government 1.8 trillion naira in interest if the National Assembly fails to approve 23.7 trillion naira in extra budgetary spending. The president had asked the National Assembly to approve the sum he said were funds provided by the Central Bank of Nigeria through loans for emergencies in the space of 10 years. Last week, the Senate suspended the request of the president after a rowdy session. The Nigerian Air Force has announced the appointments and redeployment of new branch chiefs, air officers, commandants of 3 service and institutions. Group Captain Joel Abioye, who issued a statement on Wednesday on behalf of the Director of Public Relations and Information, revealed that the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Oladayo Amao, approved the appointment of Air Commodore Bapetkerim Maigida, who takes over from Edward Gapquet. The senior officers are expected to assume their offices on or before Friday, January 6, 2023. The House of Representatives at her Committee on Assessment and Status of all recovered loot, movable and immovable assets from 2002 to 2020 has urged the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to prevent looters from recovering their loot in the ongoing auction of seized and forfeited assets. The committee's chairman, Adejiro Adeogun, while explaining that his panel had earlier recommended speedy disposal of recovered loot, especially fixed assets, expressed the possibility of looters recovering the forfeited assets by proxy. The EFCC on December 6, 2022, commenced inspection and auction of 649 forfeited vehicles located across 9 states and the Federal Capital Territory through appointed auctioneers. And Ghana is set to begin requiring passengers arriving from China to provide negative COVID-19 test results before they enter the country. According to a statement by the Ghana Airports Company Limited, from January 6, all travelers arriving in Ghana from China must show evidence of being negative for COVID-19. The move follows a surge in China's COVID cases and the country's decision to drop its strict zero-COVID policy. In business, the federal government has said that it will stop the payment of fuel subsidy by the end of June 2023. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed this during the public presentation of the 2023 federal government budget. Zainab disclosed that in the 2023 fiscal period, the government had made provisions of 3.36 trillion naira for fuel subsidy payments to cover the first 6 months of this year. This, she said, is in line with the 18-month extension announced in early 2022. And police prosecutors in the Gambia have charged 2 civilians and a police officer in connection with last month's alleged coup plot. The 3 men are accused of conspiring and failing to report information on the planned overthrow of President Adama Barrow in October and December 2022 within the capital Banjul and other places in the country. In December, the government said it had thwarted an attempt to stage a coup and arrested some soldiers. Cristiano Ronaldo says his work is done in Europe as he looks forward to a new challenge at Saudi Arabia giant Al Nassr. Ronaldo, who said this during his official unveiling ceremony at Al Nassr on Tuesday, disclosed that he had offers from different countries before eventually signing for Al Nassr. The 37-year-old switch to the club was announced at the end of December after he had his contract terminated by Manchester United. That's all on the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
It is a shame that those we elected to represent us are now turning to us with questions rather than solutions. If we can do it ourselves, why do we need them? A demand for good governance. My advocacy on the first week of the year will be to demand for good governance. Nigeria is plagued with very unfortunate managers who have consistently failed the country for many decades. We've got the poorest kind of leadership, and if you want to really know how poorly or defective a leader is performing in his job, take a look at how many people that are suffering under the leadership of this country. 133 million Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. We cannot be weary in making the right demands from the relevant authorities and call for the prosecution of the leaders of the two main political parties in Nigeria, the APC and the PDP. Over the years, they have presented manifestos to Nigerians stating what they intend to do to change the country. And 24 years later, we have witnessed consistent and unbroken democratic dispensation. We are still in the plague of poverty, in dingy slums, counting our losses in hopelessness. When people are voted into office to make life better for the ones who voted them into office, and they go there to steal or remain in dereliction of their duties, they shouldn't get away with it. The consequences of complacency or sheer wickedness must be visited on them for toying with the lives and dreams of millions. For the better parts of our lives, our leaders have consistently breached the trust reposed on them to give the citizens a better life. Now they should pay for it. The governors of the respective states are collectively impoverishing their people. It is either they are building bridges, airports, or constructing projects that have no direct impact or bearing on the lives of the citizens. The local government is either redundant or it has its dreams and aspirations that cannot be realized for lack of funding and autonomy. The citizens, on the other part, are docile. The citizens hadn't engaged with their government enough on the matter under reference. So every state policy is made with the belief that the citizens cannot challenge it for any reason. The lack of transparency in governance at the state level and the concomitant docility of the citizens is a recipe for the lack of good governance at every state in Nigeria. Go and ask your governor how he spends your state's resources and funds. You have a right to know how your resources are spent. If you cannot demand for accountability from your state government, you have no moral justification to keep complaining. You are a plague unto yourself if all you do is to complain profusely without a strategy for self-redemption. Call on the State House of Assembly and its leadership. Ask questions. Speak up. Remind them of their oversight function. Challenge them to a debate on the state affairs of your state. Your engagement and conscious inquiries will make a difference. Start a campaign now and an advocacy for good governance right there in your state and see how your little efforts will influence the state of things. I shall go to Rabbi again.
My name is Bintu Salu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. But I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. It just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting, I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio. I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "But I would like to paint." I would fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there. Like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it was something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospital, We even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Of COVID-19, honestly, I have been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But we would like to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release fund for agriculture, they release fund for education, they should release fund for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many medium.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Ecosphere. I am Mary Kanu. A historic deal was struck at the United Nations COP27 summit that will see rich nations pay poorer countries for the damage and economic losses caused by climate change. Now, this is good news as it ends almost 30 years of waiting by nations facing huge climate impacts. But developed nations were left dissatisfied over progress on cutting fossil fuels. This year's talks in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, came close to collapse and eventually overran by 2 days, but the loss and damage still could be the most significant development since the Paris Agreement. Now, to give better insight into what this still means for developing nations is Desmond Majakodumi, environmental expert. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. This deal has been called many names. It has been called historic, but what are your views on the deal in terms of the compromises made and your doubts around the deal?
Well, there are a lot of positives. One of the biggest positives to my mind is that the Africans were able to, come together with a unified voice and, demand from the industrialized, developed world compensation for the terrible damage that has been done in the process of industrialization. And this was very, very encouraging. There were some good voices of support coming from some of the Western leaders, like the Secretary General of the United Nations, like Al Gore, the former Vice President of the United States, who is a very, very strong climate advocate against climate damage, climate change, and all that. So that was very, very encouraging. However, the reality is that it's not enough. And in fact, these funds were dedicated specifically for adaptation, that is, amelioration of the damage that has been caused and to adapt ourselves to the problems of extra flooding, desertification, and all this sort of thing. However, you wouldn't need to be applying massive amounts of adaptation funds to vulnerable countries, especially in Africa, if they listened to the science decades ago, or even 15 years ago. And the science was saying that we are causing irreparable damage to our life support system. Let me repeat that. Irreparable damage to our life support system. Okay? That's what the science was unequivocally saying decades ago. And that we need to stop causing that damage. The major aspect of it being this massive amounts, hundreds of millions of tons of a particular greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. Well, the scientists said it, but the world didn't listen. And we just continued pumping and pumping and pumping these hundreds of millions of tons of CO2 greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. And then the damage started to come. And this is what the funds are now for, to help us to be able to manage the damage. And that's not enough, because the cause of the damage is still on. And in fact, in the COP meeting, there were strong arguments in favor of continuing the damage. So it's extremely worrisome. And why is it so extremely worrisome? Because there comes a point in time whereby we will not be able to reverse the process. Okay? Right now we can reverse it. We can stop it from becoming irreversible, a process that will eventually, in a matter of just decades, give catastrophic consequences. I mean, look what's happening now. Look what's happening now when we haven't even reached that particular, what they call the tipping point. It's a certain amount of heating that the earth will reach, whereby it triggers off other releases of greenhouse gases, okay, from the methane, from ice caps, and so on and so forth. It's quite complex, but it's also very, very short, okay? So we haven't even reached there, okay? And see what is happening with the environment now. Nigeria experiencing some of the worst floods that have ever been recorded. Pakistan, likewise. The UK reaching highest temperatures that have ever been recorded, and so on. And this was all predicted by the scientists. So we haven't even reached there yet. So we need to put all our efforts to preventing ourselves from reaching there. Not just, having money to repair the damage that this will cause. Because when we reach that tipping point, there's no amount of money that is going to alleviate the problem. So in this case, it's certainly better to prevent.
Well, I know you mentioned that the financial commitments are not enough and seem to be an adaptation method, but would you say the financial commitment is the start of something that can be called a good deal to get developing nations the climate justice they deserve?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's yeah. I agree entirely. At least it's a start. It's a start, but it's a very, very late start, and they need to move a lot further forward than that. And the challenge that we're having now is that, we have a very strong argument that you people were able to industrialize by using all these fossil fuels that fast-tracked your energy requirements for industrialization, and this is what helped you to move yourselves forward in the whole process of development and so on. And now we in Africa, who you don't want us to be using our own fossil fuels. What's all that about? So there's a strong argument there. And that's why I'm saying it's not enough just to give money for adaptation. There needs to be massive amounts of money made in order to help us to transit, to go into clean energy systems. And the hypocrisy of the West, it has to be subdued. It has to be gone. This is not the time for, hypocritical actions, hypocritical statements. This is a reality that humanity has never, ever faced before. Okay? It's not that, oh, well, yeah, things are going to get a bit hot. We're going to have a few bad floods here and there. Oh, how very sad. No. Why do you think the Secretary General of the United Nations said what he said? Which is that we're in a vehicle going down a road leading to climate hell and our foot is still on the accelerator? Or the one he said previous to this meeting, mankind is waging war against nature, and this is suicidal because nature always fights back. He's just quoting from the science. So yeah, it's a nice little step in the right direction, but it's certainly not enough. We need to get major funding. There has to be a transformation, a societal transformation. There has to be, in fact, there is a change coming. Okay, either nature imposes that change on humanity in a catastrophic way and, wipes out civilization and even threatens the very existence of humanity. I mean, species have come and gone on this earth. We are a species. We are a very advanced species in terms of, the knowledge of technology and so on we have. Unfortunately, we have not been advanced enough to evolve enough to use this technology responsibly enough to stop the nonsense that we're doing, particularly against nature and our life support system. So, yeah, either nature knocks us out or we have, which would be extremely painful. God forbid my children and my grandchildren have to go through that, Hundreds of millions of people in internally displaced people's camps and so on. Or we ourselves have a renewal of our minds and change our attitudes and stop putting profit ahead of people and ahead of planet. That's what the armed robber does. He puts profit ahead of people. So it requires radical changes, but it is a nice step in the right direction, but we need more than a step now. We need a leap in the right direction. And that will require tremendous amounts of funding to come into our coffers so that we can transit to clean energy systems. And of course,
Well, since you mentioned the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, please give us insight into what he said about the climate being in climate emergency mode. Now, how do we get out of this mode, seeing that there are climate skeptics in Africa? Can we ever get out of this mode?
Well, the first thing we have to ask ourselves is the United Nations just one small, little, nonsensical organization? Or is it the biggest gathering, the biggest world group of nations, of all the nations of the world put together? When the UN has a General Assembly, 99% of the leaders of every nation on this planet go to that General Assembly. And if they can't make it because of some terrible circumstances in their home, they will send the highest of representatives, okay? So that is an organization to be reckoned with. On top of that, they have access to all the latest science. They have access to the World Meteorological Organization. They even set up an international panel for climate change, which reviews on a constant basis all the information coming in from climate scientists all over the world. They have access to pictures from space. The Secretary General of the UN can pick up the phone and say, what was the average temperature in Lagos, Nigeria in 1973? Boom, he gets it within seconds. He can ask for a picture of the Sahara Desert 40 years ago and a picture of the Sahara Desert 40 minutes ago. Boom, he gets it like this. He is one of the top civil servants of the world. And I can assure you that there is no way a fool is going to be able to get into that position. And if you recognize that the Secretary General of the United Nations cannot be a fool, then at least you're thinking sensibly. Now, if the Secretary General of the United Nations, based on the science, the massive amounts of data and science that he has available, is warning us that we must stop the pollution immediately, and we must transit to clean energy as soon as possible, even though it will shake a few economies, but we've left it far too late, and that we must start caring far more for nature. Now, if he, a person that we acknowledge is not a fool, is giving us this advice, and we are still being skeptical and denying it, the question is, who then is the fool?
Well, I'm afraid we have to go on a break now. Well, we'll go on a break now, but when we return the program, we'll continue. Just stay with us. Welcome back on this edition of the program. We're looking at what the loss and damage deal made at COP27 means for developing nations. We still have Desmond Majekodumi, an environmentalist, on the program. Now, before we went on the break, you talked about fossil fuel, and there was talk at the summit about phasing down fossil fuel, and this elicited resistance from oil producers and big emitters. The resistance has brought up the question of if the world can ever put an end to emissions which depletes the ozone layer, or at least reduce it drastically. Do you ever see this happening?
It has to happen. It has to happen. It's like, you know, if you're in a big house with your family, and the house starts to catch fire, and you have your fire extinguishers, but maybe you spent a lot of money on those fire extinguishers, and you don't, the money, you don't want to waste your money. So you refuse to use the fire extinguishers to put out the fire. Eventually, your house will burn down, and the fire will eventually go out because it's exterminated the cause of the fire. This is how serious the whole thing is. There is a timeline. We have literally between 8 to 12 years to stop this massive pollution of the atmosphere. And remember, we're talking of hundreds of millions of tons of this CO2, most of it as a result of burning the fossil fuel. If you don't believe that fossil fuel is poisonous, I wouldn't advise you to try it, but the test would be carry a small generator into your studio and spark the generator. You won't stay in the studio. So it's a no-brainer. It's something that has to be done, and understandably, a lot of the nations will resist it because this is, has been such a tremendous revenue source for them. And unfortunately, some of the nations, including ours, have not used that revenue judiciously. Like Norway, for instance. For decades, Norway was selling oil, but invest in the oil. So Norway has a massive sovereign wealth fund now. If she stopped selling oil tomorrow, she could draw down from that sovereign wealth fund and be very, very okay. Nigeria has not been able to do that. We've been able to accumulate tremendous debts instead. So there's a lot of challenges for a lot of nations that have been relying on fossil fuel. Luckily, our dear nation, Nigeria, has tremendous other resources. We have so much under the ground that the whole world needs, not to mention just our agriculture.
Well, sorry to cut you here, but some African nations have insisted they deserve to exploit natural gas reserves in order to fight poverty. Now, with Africa's level of dependence on fossil fuels, is facing down fossil fuel good or bad news for Africa?
it is good news for the world, and Africa is part of the world. So, you know, whatever happens in Italy, in the atmosphere of Italy, can affect what's going on in Africa. Likewise, vice versa. So, yeah, phasing down. I mean, eventually what will happen is, you know, the young people of the world are waking up to this lunacy that the elders have been, you know, indulging in for far too long. The transition should have been made ages ago. And the reality is that, you know, solar power is fantastic. It's just there's been very little research done on solar cells. And I can assure you that with the way the research is going now, in no time at all, within just a few years, you'll be able to power your electric car with just a few high efficiency photovoltaic cells on the roof of the car and on the bonnet and the boot, and also the windows, because now they've developed solar cells that are like glass. They're transparent, but they're still generating electricity. The storage systems are being improved tremendously. So it's just a matter of allowing the research to be done in the clean energy systems. And we in Africa have over 400 times. We have hundreds of times more solar energy potential than we do fossil fuel potential anyway. So yeah, the phasing out is going to happen anyway. We're lucky that we still have a little window of opportunity, and the natural gas, people say it's a transition fuel. Well, if it's transmitted and if it's pulled out of the earth in a very, very good way with minimal of leakages, it is far better than burning petrol or diesel. But unfortunately, you have a lot of leakages and so on. So it's still a fuel that causes damage to the environment. And again, let's remind ourselves, we call it environment, but it is our life support system. So how can you, in your right mind, do something that is harmful to your life support system? And then this is what makes it even more pertinent. And we can even bring it into scripture, because it's not just my life support system or yours, it's our children's life support system. So on what basis can we possibly justify doing something, no matter how profitable it might be, that is going to cause irreparable, irreversible damage to my children's life support system? And why am I an adherent of any of the major religions which tell me very, very clearly that God, who created the heaven and the earth, has put us here as caretakers, as people who are supposed to replenish this earth, who are supposed to be stewards of the creation? And we're destroying the very creation that he put us in charge of, when he told us that we must love him above all else and love our neighbor. This is our expression of love to God, who has given us this miracle of creation. This is an expression of love to our children. Come on. I believe that we shall wake up from this horrendous slumber and do the right thing as soon as possible.
Now, finally, before I let you go, from the discussions at COP27, what are your views on what this year's meeting revealed to you in terms of a global commitment to curbing emissions and the obstacles we still face to progress?
It showed us that we have a long way to go. The positive side, as I said earlier, is that at least the African nations were able to come together with the support of the European Union, was very supportive. So the very, very big silver lining on this terrible dark cloud is that, well, you know, humanity, you're now coming to the realization far too slowly that you have to come together as humans with a common cause, because we have a common problem that will cause catastrophic consequences against us if we continue this way. And what way are we talking about? We're talking of the negativity that we have continued to express, not just against ourselves, wars and all type of terrible things against each other, but also against nature. And the difference being that nature must give you back what you give her. You sow a seed and you will harvest the fruit of that particular seed. So there's a realization now coming into humanity that, hey, we're all brothers and sisters in this one tiny little marble of a planet, a miracle of creation, and we need to live far more harmoniously with her and express far more love and care and concern for this wonderful miracle of nature. And by default, this is an expression of love and care and concern for ourselves. And we will learn through this to really become our brothers and sisters.
Well, all right, now Desmond Majakodumi, environmental expert, thank you for your contribution. Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. So I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in shelter camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you now have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. they're not put into deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. The Senate made history, that's the Nigerian Senate now, made history on Wednesday when it passed a supplementary budget of 819.5 billion naira for the 2022 budget and, of course, the 2023 national budget of about 21.8 trillion naira at the same time. Now, on the request of the executive, the Senate also approved the extension of the expiration clause of both the 2022 Appropriation Act and the supplementary budget to March 31st, 2023, in order to allow now for full capital releases as contained in the two appropriations. Earlier in his letter to the Senate, President Buhari had asked that the entire amount is for capital expenditure and became necessary due to the devastation caused by recent floods on farmlands and road infrastructure. He also informed the lawmakers that the supplementary budget will be financed through additional domestic borrowings and will raise the budget deficit for 2022 to 8.17 trillion naira and a deficit to GDP ratio of 4.43%. Now, apart from the worry over the country's increasing debt profile, some people have questioned the timing of the passage of the 819.5 billion naira supplementary budget for 2022. And questions are still being asked, of course, over the debt now, because the president actually asked for the conversion of the debt now, that the debt that the government owes the central bank as well. Let's get more explanation now on all of this. I'm now being joined on the program all the way from Abia State, by Johnson Chukwu, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Cowrie Asset Management Limited, an investment bank based here in Lagos. Mr. Chukwu, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and compliments. We had to chase you down to Abia State, but thank you very much for obliging us.
Thank you, Deji, for having me, and Merry Christmas to all Nigerians. Well, that's the benefit of technology. You can from anywhere, from anywhere.
Exactly. So give us your thoughts on this, your thoughts now on the supplementary budget, and of course the budget of over 21 trillion now passed by the Senate. Let's start with the supplementary budget.
You know, Deji, I am one of those people that supported the supplementary budget initially. My assumption was that the 2023 budget might take a longer time to be passed, and therefore the government may have some compelling expenditure it has to incur in the next couple of weeks. But having witnessing the fact that that supplementary budget was passed at the same time when the 2023 budget was passed, it actually creates room for concern, because the question is, what do you have in that supplementary budget that shouldn't have been embedded in the 2023 budget, given that the 2023 budget has also been passed and was also passed same day? And I think it now leads to duplication or duplicity in the budgeting process. Again, the budget has been passed and ahead of the end of the fiscal year, and then it's left for the president to sign that budget into place so that he will maintain the reputation he has already built as a president who has been implementing the budget January to December. I didn't see any more justification again for extension of that budget. And then if you consider the fact that they are saying, okay, they want to extend the budget so that they can implement more of the capital expenditure. Recall that the government does not have money in the first place. So ability to implement any capital expenditure will be solely dependent on ability to borrow. And if that be the case, is that the reason why we should now extend the life of a budget that we don't even have the funding to implement additional projects? So we have to go to the market to seek for that funding to implement the existing budget. Why don't we just, as a matter of fact, have brought in those components that we're not implementing into the 2023 budget that has been passed into law, sign it into law, and let's start the implementation from January 1st. Yeah, I mean, and that's a very good point. But let's talk about this, the supplementary budget further now, because the bulk of the money, of course, everything is coming from domestic borrowings. And you look at the amount of money we spend on debt servicing, according to the document now submitted by the president, that, look, this new borrowing will push the deficit, the budget deficit for 2022 to around 8-point-something, is it 8-point-something trillion now? How disturbing is that? Because, you know, it's one thing to borrow, but it's a different thing to pay back. And just as you have said, you know, we all know what the issue is with revenue in this country. You know, Deji, you don't actually have a concern about the way we have been accumulating debt at the national level. And particularly because the government is not known to be one of the most efficient users of financial resources. In terms of value for money, the government has not proven to be among those entities that can create the best value or extract the best value for money for its expenditure. So when we now borrow to implement capital project that could ordinarily more efficiently and cost effectively be implemented by the private sector, it gives me concerns. Because like you rightly pointed out, if you have a budget deficit of 8 trillion naira, that is going to be funded from somewhere. You talk of domestic borrowing could also extend to send borrowing from the central bank. When the federal government continues to borrow from the central bank by ways and means, it has multiplier negative impact on the economy in terms of, one, inflationary effect, because it leads to liquidity suffix. And again, it also makes government not to be accountable, because the government has a cheap source of just reaching out to get economic financial resources. It leaves it with minimal sense of responsibility in terms of fiscal accountability. So I think we should do everything possible to discourage the idea of continuing to borrow, even if we say we're borrowing for capital expenditure, unless that capital expenditure is a social infrastructure like educational infrastructure that cannot be funded by private sector. If it's a commercially viable infrastructure, please let's allow private sector to fund it. We don't have the money. We're not funded from budgetary revenue. We're funded from borrowing. And if we give that same project to the private sector to borrow and fund, they will fund them at a cheaper cost and they will deliver them at a shorter time.
Now, let's talk about this issue of, the supplementary budget. You did raise an important point, why it was not just embedded in the current budget. Could it be, I just want to know, could it be that the government is trying to avoid a situation where what it will have, for instance, for debt service. Debt service in the 2023 budget, by the way, is around 6.5 trillion. But if you now push this current borrowing now, you push it to the 2023 budget, that of course could balloon the debt service for the 2023 budget to something probably too scary. So maybe that could that be the reason why the government reasoned it should just leave it, with the 2022 budget?
No, did you know the interesting thing is similar to saying 6.5 a dozen. If you are implementing a supplementary budget at the end of the year, so in effect, what you have done is to create two parallel budgets for the first quarter of next year. That's what you have done, because in effect, what the government is going to do is has now has an expenditure layout of 21.8 trillion plus another 800 billion, which is about 22.6 trillion. So in effect, that's what we have. Whether you call it supplementary budget, as long as it's going to be borrowed, if you fail to factor in the cost of this borrowing or the cost of servicing the current borrowing in the new budget, then in effect you have understated your budget expenditure for debt service. That's what you have done. But because debt service is what you call non-discretionary expense, whether you budget for it or not, you're going to incur it. So what you're basically going to have is that you're going to have an under budgeting, knowing fully well that this borrowing is going to take place, and we have a cost implication next year, and you decided to pack it aside as a different budget. So for me, that's why I talk of duplicity in the budgeting process, and we should have avoided that. Let's talk about the 2023 budget.
Benchmark, the oil benchmark price, the senators raised it from $70 to $75, and of course the oil production benchmark 1.69 million barrels per day. Then the exchange rate official 4.35. What do you make of those benchmarks?
Well, let's start from the budgeted benchmark price of $75. I think that's feasible, given what's going in the global environment. Of course, the Western countries are trying to cap the price of Russian oil. Russia said they are not going to supply crude at the cap price. What that means is that there will be demand for crude outside Russia, and Russia will find markets in India and China. So eventually, that policy decision by the Western economies will keep crude prices high. Secondly, China is reopening its country, irrespective of the upsurge in COVID-19. And what that means is that factories are going to start revving up again in China. The demand for crude and other input material will remain high in 2023. So I expect crude price to remain at the minimum average of $75. So that's achievable. Then the budgeted crude production volume of 1.69 or 1.67, that I think might be ambitious, given where we are, given that the critical issues have not been resolved. The gunboat strategy will not solve the problem of Niger Delta. The adoption of a security contractor will to some extent improve production, but I don't see that production level climbing to 1.6 million barrels average, because you're talking of day in, day out. So what that means is that some days you produce 1.5, some days you produce 1.7 or 1.8 million barrels. On average, you're talking of 1.6 million barrels. I don't think that's attainable, given where we are today. Probably in the near future, as we address the fundamental restiveness of the Niger Delta and begin to win back their hearts based on the fact that they can share the motivation, the government can share the benefits of crude production in their area, then that one we should be talking of increasing crude production to about 1.6 million barrels a day. Then on the exchange rate, I think we're like an ostrich hiding its head under the sun and thinking its body is not in the surface. The reality is that there is no, there are very minimal transactions done at the official rate of 435 naira to $1. So we are moving towards a new an election period where a new government will come in, and all the main actors, all the main contestants are also indicating that they will harmonize the exchange rate. So applying a 435 naira to $1 for the exchange rate, which is nowhere in the market, for me is at best a perfectory activity, and therefore creates some problems in the fiscal space. Because one, you are going to be converting process of oil sales at 435, which means you are going to be under delivering distribution to the 3 tiers of government, who are actually incurring expenses at equivalent of 720 or 750 naira to $1. So it's some of the things that we need to agree on. Can we really sustain the multiple exchange rates in the immediate future, which is subsidizing some economic agents in the economy at the expense of the larger economy? I don't think that's sustainable. I thought by now the federal government, the executive arm, should have recognized the fact that we need to harmonize the exchange rates and at the minimum come up with something that you can average the multiple exchange rates.
Let me ask you this final question. You must have seen the way the senators reacted to that request by the president that the overdraft, its overdraft now with the central bank, be converted to long-dated bonds now. What do you make of that?
Somehow that will eventually happen. I can understand your angst because simply means, like I said, the government goes to the till to take as much as it wants, and then all of a sudden at the end of his administration, he wants to now create a burden on a successor. Of course, that burden has been there, it's just been recognized in a formal way. So we can't pretend the burden is not there. The issue of securitizing the amount of lending the central bank has granted to the federal government has to happen at some day, but it shouldn't stop at that. The Fiscal Responsibility Act must be implemented to the letters such that this does not reoccur. A situation where the law says you must pay back what you have borrowed before you can borrow subsequently, and you cannot borrow more than a certain percentage of your previous year's revenue. So, and unfortunately, we're observing that in abeyance, and that's why we created this problem. But the problem is there, and somehow we need to put in a structure that will have to recognize a national debt, and but most importantly, we must put in place a mechanism that will prevent a reoccurrence.
All right. Mr. Chukwu, thank you very much for your time, and so sorry to distract you from your celebration back home in Abia State, but we want to wish you all the best, and we wish your family the best as well.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much. All right, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Don't go away. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now, with less than 2 months before the 2023 presidential election in Nigeria, a string of pre-election posters has been projecting who the likely winner of the election would be. For instance, while the ANAP NOI polls has projected that the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi is going to be the likely winner of the presidential election, another poll by This Day newspaper is projecting Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party as the likely winner. As expected, the polls have been sharply criticized and rejected by the other major parties, accusing the organizers as partisan and skewing the polls to favor their candidates. Now, what has come into focus now is the methodology adopted for the polls and how representative the respondents are. And then there's the big question: can the outcome of the polling be relied upon now to determine the likely winner of an election in Nigeria? Just how accurate are they? In an opinion piece he penned recently now, a former Director General of the Nigeria Broadcasting Commission, Danladi Bako, said the recent polls did not reflect the diversity in the demographics of age, gender, occupation, etc. of the respondents, adding that the ANAP NOI polls, for instance, did not define the sampling of 92 million registered voters spread across the country and how they were targeted. He went on to add, quote, "It is even more dangerous creating a farcical facade of hope for otherwise not so popular candidates and their cohorts by raising their hopes and adrenaline levels to the point that When eventual election results are announced late February 2023, their grief-stricken followers now embark on an orgy of violence over results they had been fooled will go their way. End of quote. Let's discuss this further now. Being joined on the program by Richard Adeyinka, who is the CEO and founder of Data Home Research and Communications Limited, a research firm based in Lagos. He's been a research consultant for about 15, a research consultant and data analyst now for about 15 years. Also joining us is political affairs analyst Charles Ideho. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Charles. You are the political analyst here. Tell me, can we actually rely on polls now to determine the outcome of elections in this country?
Well, when I listened to your prologue, I was just smiling. It actually captured the essence of what is being discussed today. I think, elsewhere, polls usually help in pre-election matters, all right? But here in Nigeria, where you have a problem with data collection. So, for instance, I mean, you see the NY poll over time, I mean, twice or three times they've given it to Obi. There is another one that was also organized by, I think it's an economic something, AIUSO, which gave the lead to Tinubu, and then these days giving the lead to Atiku. I'm yet to see the one that will give the lead to Kwakwaso. So it just seems as if these people just come, they just go to Oyibo market, and they just gather some few people and say, oh, this is what to go at the end of the day. It's not I mean, I actually support what Daradi Bako said there. It's not a reflection. It's not a reflection of the voting spread.
They've come out to explain. I mean, those who organized it have come out to explain that some of these polls were actually done online, so that they reached out to people online in these various places.
Online. Where I am from Edo State, my mother, my grandmother, and my mother, my aunties back in Oma in Edo State, they do not have. They are not online. They are not online over there, okay? So if you go to maybe Betu Jesha or Remo, some of you, how many people are online over there that they can say, okay, because they just look at the city center in Lagos, in Abuja, and Port Harcourt and say that's it. So it's not evenly spread at all. And it's also deceptive. I also agree with Darade Bako that if you give online victories to some candidate and the elections, the result do not reflect that's the outcome of the polls. It might trigger some political unrest.
And Richard, Charles made a very valid point there. When you talk about relying on the internet and saying you're organizing online polls. For instance, we know that in this country, internet penetration is just around, broadband penetration now just around 45% or less than that, and the areas of coverage usually centered around major cities now. And, from what we know and what we have seen from data and all of that, the majority of Nigerians actually live in rural areas where they do not have access to internet. And so online presence in those areas are very low. So people have talked about the methodology now adopted by some of these pollsters. You have you've definitely seen the results of some of these polls. You've studied them as a data analyst yourself and someone who organizes polls as well. I mean, surveys. What have you got to say about this?
Thank you for having me. First of all, I sympathize with Atedo Peter's side for what he is trying to do. Unfortunately, he has money, but he's not getting results. Because definitely what he has done, what he has put out there is nothing but a joke. You cannot push that out and give victory to someone with 89%, that Tinubu will score 6% and someone will score 5%. It is absolute a joke. And so in terms of methodology, it is wrong. What determines, I know some people have talked about the sample size. Yes, the sample size, yes, is okay for me. However, it is not the sample size that determines the validity of research findings. It is actually the sampling technique that you adopt. And we have two types of sampling techniques. we have the probability sampling and non-probability sampling. So for you to be accurate in a study like this, you have to adopt probability sampling. And what do? You employ systematic sampling with a random start if you want to do it. If you are doing a nationwide survey, 8,800 is your best bet as a sample size, with probability sampling of systematic with a random start. So that will allow you to capture all demographics, everyone, a representative sampling in your survey. And so what he has done, what he has told the world that he has done, I sympathize with him. Online poll is never reliable. I don't know where his confidence is coming from to have that someone will score 89% and you are coming on air to tell the world that you have conducted a poll.
Let's stay on the ANA poll now, Richard. They have made the argument that they also had the same polling, adopting the same methodology and system in 2019, and that they called it right when President Buhari won the election. That they called it that they projected that President Buhari was going to win, and that he did win. And so, what have you got to say about that?
See, it is just trial and error. It just happened that way. But looking at the process, it cannot stand the rigor of research. It can absolutely. Now, let me now tell you this. I have been involved in surveys in 3 states so far. The last one, the report was just delivered last week. And I can tell you that the results completely contradict what ANA poll is saying. So if anybody relies on it, and if he himself is confident to put that out, he has just shot himself on the foot. And so the one of 2019 is just trial and error that just happened. Because if you look at it, all indices favored President Buhari. Hardly President Goodluck Jonathan will become the first president in this country that lost election while on seat. So all indices are there, and in 2015 pointed to that reality, and in 2019, who was challenging President Muhammadu Buhari, this same Atiku and who else? So you can actually say without conducting a poll that President Buhari will return to power. Okay, let me go to Charles now. Look, you did talk about something about the dangers of organizing these polls and all of that, and you organize a poll and then you project that somebody, a particular candidate is going to win, and at the end of the day, when reality dawns, it doesn't turn out that way. How the supporters of the candidate might react. Just talk us through how dangerous this is.
It's dangerous because when you look at it, as I said earlier, the survey is too arbitrary. It's arbitrary to reflect the true situation on ground. Arbitrary in the sense that, just as Richard said earlier, when you look at the number of people who are online, they are mainly youths. And then when you also look at the voting pattern in Nigeria, youths vote less. These are the same youths that during the election they will play football. Most of them will be doing all manner of things that are not all manner of things that are antithetical to the political process. So if you rely on online and you know that the presence of, you have more of the youth presence online, then it is arbitrary. It's also skewed against the elderly folks who, of course, know exactly what it means to use their civic responsibility to cause a change in the country. So what I'm saying is that if you want to actually do a proper survey that you know that can reflect what the decision of people will be in Nigeria, it should not be online at all.
We're looking at an election now, this coming election, where the level of partisanship is really high. Even from quarters you would expect to be a political, so to speak, or neutral, if you like. But the level of partisanship now across from all quarters is growing. Could we say that somehow some of these polls are just a reflection of the partisan nature now of those who have conducted it, especially those behind the polls?
Yes. Well, let's look at this day. This day, for instance, when you look at the ownership of this day, can you separate the ownership of this day from PDP? When you look at in 2019, I mean, or before 2015, when Lord Jonathan was the president, you remember that the owner of the publisher of PDP also had running battle with this government about giving some money from Dasuki Gate and all. You remember that story? So can you really separate the ownership of this day newspaper from PDP? It will be difficult. All right. So when you look at Okojo, the NOI and the ANAPO, you look at who gained. I mean, Atedo Peter gained so much when he was still on the banking. He gained so much from PDP government under Jonathan. The same thing, Ugozo Okojo also served in the Jonathan government. And these are the people that are giving you the poll that Suso is going to be coming. So that's why I said that it is arbitrary. If anybody wants to do it, maybe we can even contract it to people who are apolitical, people that can tell us this is how it's going to be, not people who have relationship with parties in existence, who have relationship with those people who are flying the flags of this respective party. So that's exactly where I personally can begin to take these positions. But as we stand today, it's not arbitrary. Of course, it's not reflecting exactly the voting pattern. It's not reflecting even on the support base of each of these parties, whether the top four or the whole eight. As I speak, it is not. I'm also going to say that I'm even waiting very soon that even a poll is going to give even the leadership, I mean, the leading to Kwaso of the NPP. Very soon, you might not be. I won't be surprised if I see that. But maybe there are people who are very close to Kwaso that also do want to do that and say Kwaso is going to be leading. I won't be surprised to see that. So what I'm saying is that they should copy from what the Nigerian Population Commission does by going to doing house-to-house enumeration. Maybe then we can get a semblance of a true reflection of the voting pattern in that order, Deji.
Richard, do you think we actually need these polls? Just how important do you think these polls are? I mean, are they really necessary, especially at this time?
Well, polls are important. Yes, they are important. They can serve as guide. Naturally, each political party should do their own to know their strengths and their weaknesses and what they need to do going forward. However, it makes sense if you look at what this day has done. This day, we cannot call this day's report a poll. This day is just what they did was just an opinion expressed by one of their in-house analysts of what he thinks will happen, never based on scientific process. So, yes, it is important. It can guide us to see which political party is doing well, which candidate is doing well, or how people will vote and all that. However, if we have to do it, but we have to say it here that polls are actually a PR tool in politics. So when it favors you, you can run to the press. If it doesn't favor you, you can keep it and then work on the weaknesses where it doesn't favor you. On this one, if you look at, let me just pick one from Anan poll in Southwest. It says Tinubu will score 22%. The number of to refuse 60%. You cannot report that. That is not valid. That is not what it tells you. That is not what it tells you. When about 60%, that's 6 in 10 of your respondents don't know who they want to vote for or refuse to tell you, that is where the news is. It is not from someone who scored 15% or 2%, and you now come here to say that is the reflection of what. So it is important that we conduct poll because it will guide us. However, it is voters must know too that it is a PR tool. If it favors any candidate, you will go out and make noise and their party. If it doesn't favor you, when you get the results, you keep quiet. and begin to work on your deficiency. So they are important because they serve as guide.
All right, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Charles Adeho, political affairs analyst, thank you very much for your time. And Richard Adeyinka, who is the CEO and founder of Data Home Research, thank you very much for coming on the program. Thanks a lot to you both. All right, that's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. See you again next week. Bye-bye.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
àmọ́ gbéborùn kò jẹ́ ká jẹun abásíkì kò jẹ́ ká rìn bí jáde tá olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àárí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àárí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú àárí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣó ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dọ̀ wá bá a la kìbí kán wá pa àkógbèmù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekwe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí yóò yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tí òtútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tí ó jẹ́ pé òbílì kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ń ṣe àdè máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbá yìí ó máa ń wù kú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lò 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tábà tó máa ti lọ dẹ àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tábà dẹ̀ ti pé nǹkan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò dẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́ pọ̀ láti máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa ń pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbá yìí ni pé bí ìbá yìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bíbá yìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bíbá school tó wà ń bíbá bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bíbá yìí fún wọn student wọn ní bíbá yìí kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbòòrò kò sí ní bíbá yìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bíbá yìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
Happy New Year 2023. On the first day of 2023, President Obasanjo wrote a passionate letter to Nigerian youth and said it's their turn in the 2023 general elections, endorsing the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi. It's the major news across the media in the new year and has generated a lot of debates. Some people say President Obasanjo can't even win his own ward. That's funny because all the presidents after him have always sought his endorsements. They so assured to see him and seek his support. Suddenly, he chooses a different candidate and is suddenly paperweight. I say Nigerian politics will humble you. They've gone seeking a 10-year-old letter from his daughter, Eyabo, in 2023 to her father to buttress their point that he's a paperweight. Some others say he just wants a president he can control. I'm not sure he controlled President Yar'Adua and President Jonathan. But whatever the permutations and machinations around political endorsements by elder statesmen and former presidents, endorsements are not the real issue. President Obasanjo has only one vote. It's the voice of the youth that matter. What's the decision of Nigerian youths going into 2023? Is it still money for your votes, or it's about which politician is related to your uncle or friends? Have we researched the candidates? Some people think the best candidates may even be in relatively unknown parties. That may be true. It's therefore very exciting to have a third force this election cycle. It used to be a decision between the devil and the deep blue sea. Whatever happens in 2023 general elections, Nigerians are winning. And I'm not just prophesying into the year, it's a statement of facts. There are many challenges facing Nigerians getting the best governance available on Mother Earth. But this year, 2023, like Pastor Adejairi Adeboye has told us, we will stay hopeful and positive. There's still great things about Nigeria, and we'll focus on those. Have you collected your PVC? 7 million registered voters in Lagos and over 2 million PVCs still uncollected. If you haven't collected your PVC, you have to task yourself not to give up till you get it. The beavers make elections rigging difficult, so don't worry, your vote will count this year. For those of us with our PVCs, have you checked the INEC portal for your name? I did and didn't find my profile. The same PVC I've used since 2011. I'm hoping the portal I checked had a glitch on that day. Well, I'm headed to the closest INEC office to find out. I keep saying, let Nigerians have their choice of president. No need to fight or bicker. Everyone has a reason for choosing their choices. They have a right to those choices. What we should concentrate on is an issues-based campaign. Nigerians will create their own prosperity if the right infrastructure is available. Secure Nigeria. Restructure so every state is in control of its own wealth as well as development. Provide 24 hours electricity. Divest, and you will see all the other issues start to come into focus as they are addressed. But when the people aren't even sure they will come back home alive after venturing out to provide for their families, the economy will definitely suffer. The future of Nigeria is in the hands of the youth. The youth are the major voting bloc, and if all young people get involved, Nigeria will definitely change. Happy and successful 2023 to you. You will succeed this year.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we looked systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities, they visit the markets, they talk to people, They'll talk to the imam, they'll talk to other local leaders, they'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
My name is Adu Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife. Around 6, I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. I get family. My daughter is 2 months that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where the house up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I see, I just see my leg, they call, I'm not carrying my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they do everything, they clean my body and my laps, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside be. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother actually not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Said na youth where they in charge of this NSAS. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person who pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they contribute money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear that say all panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of us or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make come meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. That the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But today I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no fees and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they don't remove one for now because they the way the vein there. Now here in there. They will not remove one for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove and they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this my leg, not remove one like this. But I try to move like this I feel If I want use and do work self, but if I want try to use and do work, make I dey use and do exercise. I no fit use and do work, but I dey use industrial machine. But I use and fresh machine like this to carry and come back. I no fit carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government. Need help from police. Please, they don't scatter my life. I know all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you? They feel now? They got the question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God say I see their life because my time now reach. Now let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know. If that will you hit me for tail or hit me for head, I don't know how God even give me a miracle. How it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything because God saved my life.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
The famous Benin bronzes, because the term ancient has been kind of referred to in a way that implies that it's a dead civilization. And what I mean by that is people don't necessarily know that we are still living, that actually even after the bronzes were stolen, we continued making bronzes here. The bronzes have been made the same way and passed down through these guilds which make these artifacts. But these artifacts were treated in museums like dinosaur fossils and things that they dug from the earth. They're not actually associated with the living civilization of Benin. And so that is why today is called This is Ancient Benin. Because we are an ancient culture, we are still living. You just saw some of the songs and dances and the traditional dance troupes. You know, we have been singing these songs for thousands of years, you know, for a very, very long time. You know, but we want to showcase that we're still making artifacts and that we're living civilizations. So, so I hope that you'll be interested and you'll enjoy what you see here today.
And we put our hands together for the yourself. And so where is Mr. Lucas Okoro? Lucas!
This event is called This is Ancient Benin because as you can see, we recreated what ancient Benin used to look like. So you're in this exhibit now, which is showcasing Benin's first guild.
This work is actually called The Return of Oba Iwari. So it's a hieroglyph. It's the largest Benin bronze plaque ever made, and I made it to depict the fact that ancient Benin is called ancient Benin because of its age, not because it's a dead civilization. That actually we've been living for a long time as an ancient civilization, and the traditions and the culture that we practice have been passed down and continue till this day. So, for example, Benin actually has the oldest living guilds in the world, including the guilds of bronze casting, the guilds of wood carving, and these are guilds where membership is passed down, you know, by heritage, and they're ongoing. So it's interesting because, you know, we've recently, you know, the foreign museums have finally agreed to return some of the stolen Benin bronze artifacts. So it's interesting to be unveiling this work because I wanted to show that the fact that at no point did we ever stop making these bronzes the same way after they were stolen. There is this misconception, actually a dissociation of ancient Benin and actually the Benin bronzes from Benin people themselves. Benin people are not associated with the Benin bronzes. We're not even associated. The museums that house these bronzes actually created the concept of ancient Benin as a way of dissociating Benin people from those bronzes, because ancient Benin became some kind of archaeological discovery, like they went and dug out the bronzes like dinosaur fossils, which is not true. The bronzes, we've still been making them since today, even the same way. So I wanted to show that we can still make new artifacts, and artifacts that have just as more, if not more, value than the ones that they stole, using the exact same traditional methods. This actually also is to demonstrate the fact that our bronze plaques and our bronze works were a form of writing. So in 2019, I actually launched a petition to have the UK museums officially classify the Benin bronzes and the Benin plaques as hieroglyphs, which I feel is important because they were a form of writing. And usually when people hear the term hieroglyph, they're associated with ancient Egypt. People are used to seeing their drawings, and there was a form of writing. But the Benin bronzes and the Benin arts have not actually been given that same recognition, that these are not just mere artworks. They're actually our way of writing. And so I wanted to actually showcase that by writing the story of Obayawari I in bronze. And so that's exactly what this depicts here. This is a very interesting hieroglyph because it shows the true story of Obayawari I, who we call Obayawari Ogidigan, who is Obayawari the Great. He is probably the most revered and most appreciated Oba from Benin history. Essentially, he was the first real emperor and the first real warrior king of Benin, and he's credited as essentially turning it from a kingdom into a full-fledged empire. So he was a really, really great ruler of Benin, and he lived in 1400s. And so the story here simultaneously depicts two things. It depicts the true story of Obayawari I, but it simultaneously is depicting the Benin traditional belief in reincarnation. So in our traditional and Benin culture believe in reincarnation, and we believe that people have 7 lives and were reincarnated 7 to 9 times. So it's very interesting, and I wanted to depict that. And the reason it's simultaneously depicting those two things is because this bronze was made during the time of Obayawari II, who is our current Oba of Benin. And when an Oba takes the name of an Oba that previously lived, it's believed that that Oba is the reincarnation of the Oba. The work is about 7 by 7 feet long and wide, and it's made out of 2 tons of pure brass. So it's complete brass, and it's so obviously quite heavy. Interesting to be unveiling this work because the British museums and German museums and some other European museums finally agreed, after many long decades of campaigning from the palace and campaigning from Benin, to have these artifacts returned. They finally agreed some kind of arrangement to return them. And so this is a way of showing that we're still capable of making the same artifacts. In fact, even better and bigger now. And that I'm actually offering this artifact to the British Museum in appreciation for the fact that they're returning our stolen artifacts. And by doing so, I believe that we can change the narrative of what museums represent. And museums have this tarnished reputation now because of their association with looted and stolen artifacts. And it's almost becoming politically incorrect to even visit museums now, because there's been a lot of growing momentum towards the campaign of returning these looted artifacts. But we believe we can change this narrative, because it's possible to actually give museums actual artifacts that are handed to them freely and not stolen, by giving an artifact that has historical value and saying we're willing for you to have an artifact in appreciation that returning the stolen ones and no longer having that taint. And it's a way of showcasing living history. Part of what this represents is the interest in establishing, in promoting our living history.
It gives me great pleasure, more so that a youngster like the gentleman whose work we are celebrating will return home from Britain and dive right straight to the culture that he really doesn't know too much about, but the interest is there. He came back home and then he started to do everything that you have been exposed to and that we have, been told about. It's amazing and it's very impressive. It's not only magical, it's spiritual. I mean, can you imagine having the opportunity to see something that is been over 200 years old? It's spiritual. It's like having the opportunity to see your parents of that era. So, as Benin's, we are very proud of our culture and we hold them in very high esteem. They mean a whole lot to us. And for we to have them back, it's something that we'll be very grateful for. When those artifacts were in existence, there was no Nigeria. When those artifacts were in existence before the invasion, there was no Edo State. The only place that existed then was the Oba Palace and the Benin Kingdom. If those artifacts were taken away from Benin Kingdom, do we need to tell anybody? Do we need to argue where it needs to go to? It is the property of the Oba of Benin and the entire history of the kingdom. The final resting place for those artifacts is the palace, nowhere else. We are not an ancient culture. We are Benin, and the Benin people have ancient history that is still alive. This young man has proven that now, that even though we think things are going into extinction, this is reassuring that, there's so much ahead of us. There's plenty of hope that our culture will survive and will continue to survive. Our culture is here to stay, now and forever.
When you look how far the diverse fields where this man is coming from the medical field, and it's doing their two opposites. And it's doing this our artworks, our artifacts. We all know that those are two very, very diverse fields. And then it was also pushed out of what we call a pandemic. So it leaves me what people call wow. So we are proud of him. This is genius work, and it gives us hope because artifacts, guilds, people see them in different lights. A lot of people see them as paintings, a lot of people see them as artwork, but for us as Benin's, contemporary Benin, Our artifacts are our history. And you can see what he did in the first, up there. He linked each of the various works with our history, up till the crown that the king was wearing, down to his brothers and how they lived in the palace or in ancient Benin. Everything is interconnected. So it's a history. It is not just an artwork or a picture. It tells us about our forefathers and our forebears. So we are happy that, like I said, it's a journey's work. We're happy. As a people, you must know where you are coming from to know, you understand. It shapes where you're going to. So the government is already committing resources towards more archaeological research on our history as a people. So with young men like this coming on board, like I said in my speech, in the speech from His Excellency, he and his team, it tells you that we have 100 of them out there. They just need to be encouraged and tapped. They have serious roles to play in shaping our future. There is a lot to be done, but what you have taken unlawfully, you have to return. That is what we are asking for. That's why we're asking everybody. So we have 1,001 Osorobos out there that are ready to do something and give out as gifts. We have been giving them gifts over the years. So we are happy we are receiving what they took away. Work is going on. It's a continuous work. It is not, the artifacts are not coming in a day. So we are prepared to receive the artifacts.
I'm so excited and I'm so happy that in my time this thing is happening, because we had thought that the Benin culture was dying slowly. And to come and see young men, very young men who have been abroad all their life, come to Benin and they're able to set up all these things. You can see all the things, the artwork they did. It's marvelous and we are happy and it's awesome. And my advice to the youth is that they should not be lazy. They should find things they can do with their hands. It's not always you think you can make money by hammering. You can make money by doing 419. You can make money really by going down to the root and find things to do with your hand. And these things will cost money and yield money to you. See what happened today now. See what has been given to the youth to go on and invest in their businesses.
This one will give a lot of young ones idea and lesson. When they say people from Edo State, they are always going to Italy, Libya, this and this, Yahoo, but not everybody. I advise them to sit down, think what to do in your country. You will succeed.
In love with my culture. Not just that I'm here, sir. If you look around here now, you'll find there are things about culture all over me. And I have written 1 or 2 books on our culture. So he knows that it's one of those things that and I'm a chief and the head of the chiefs of Benin Kingdom. If he's going to be my son, he will realize that if he hates culture, he's going to find things difficult. A surprise to me. Like I said, he went to university. That's where we sent him. To come back home and take a right about turn and start doing something else. First of all, he wants to promote a story by way of acts, cultural actions. He wants to tell the story of Baba Ewide first by producing a play on him. All those, that place was a marketplace where we had to put those. Those were supposed to be the marketplace for that play. And he built 2 other houses. One of them, palace. Behind the house, that one, after 2 years, we had to get rid of them. He wanted to do, and you see, if my son starts showing that he likes my culture, it makes me happy. The boy had been there. He visited the British Museum. And the things he saw there, something they wrote, annoyed him. And when he came back, he talked about it. And he said, the artifact that people are talking about, they put the thing downstairs in the hollow grounds and under the they didn't put them in the proper museum. They are down in the tunnels. So he was annoyed. As far as I'm concerned, they stole our artifacts. I have been, my Oba, Diawa, the President Oba's father, sent me to London with 1 or 2 chiefs, with one of his brothers as well. And he wrote a letter to our people there, the Benin Union of Great Britain, that they should join me in trying to. We went to Parliament go and plead that we want our artifacts. I have been in this thing for a long time. The point is, they stole our artifacts. And if they are having a mind change to return it, let them return it without any strings attached. There were no strings when they stole them. We want our artifacts. They stole them from the palace, and they burned the palace thereafter. They should return the artifacts to where they stole them. That's all I am interested in.
We are here to celebrate a new guild in the ancient city of Benin Kingdom in affiliation with what it used to be the ancient guild versus the contemporary gig. So today we are here with Mr. Lucas to a launching of a contemporary atmosphere for creative artists in Edo State. Here I'm to exhibit my sculptures, which is made of spark plugs. The story behind this is turning trash to wealth. That is the purpose of these spark plug sculptures. That was the key thing that instigated this art form. So as we see here, we have a total of 4,000 pieces of spark plugs and a couple of 300 pieces of tire valves to create this magnificent art piece. Before this time, my sculptures were mainly in bronze because I come from a family in Edo State who is into bronze casting, a lineage of bronze casting. So at some point I had to go to school to further expand my knowledge in sculpture. And during this process, I came in contact with metal sculpture, junk sculptures. So during my final year project, I had to do something different from the usual. Then I noticed the use of spark plugs wasn't in circulation, so I had to put in energy into creating spark plug sculptures. Like that is using spark plugs as a medium in sculpture, and that's how I came up with this. Some of the challenges I have with working with spark plugs, it's about its rigidity. You know, ordinarily we're supposed to work with materials that are easily manipulated to create forms. But the challenge I have with spark plug is that it's a rigid material. So what I do basically is to have an off-cut because the plug is made of both ceramics and metal. So what I do sometimes to create my intricate forms is to break off the ceramic part of the spark plugs, which will help me create some intriguing forms, which in all together it wouldn't give me that. So when I break off the ceramics part, I think it helps me create such forms. The repatriation of our artifacts from British museums and other international foreign bodies, it's a welcome development for me because it's a homecoming event for me, because these are the things that instigated us into these creative platforms that we're in today, because it's just like taking off your history from you, and today it's being brought back in your own time. So for me, it's a welcome development. I would like to see them. I would like to touch, if possible, I'd like to touch them to see what my ancestors did. Because I know in some years from now, people will look up to my art as we look up to what is coming now. So it's a great deal for me as an artist. My advice to the government is to see to it that the creative minds here who are still based in the city of Benin should be encouraged, should be given much more better platform to express themselves, give them platform to exhibit what they have on ground. Yeah, it is a good thing to welcome the artifacts that are coming, but my view is, what about the artists that are still based there? What value should we do? So it is better also we encourage these people. I think the best thing to do is encouragement, like give them a platform to express themselves more. And I think this also will help the incoming artists. This will help more people to want to come into this field when they see people of their kind from the same region going beyond their shores just with the work of art. So I believe this will help them pick interest in wanting to come up with this as well.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians will steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share the same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room seaters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly and in a matter of minutes he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, that's a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghana man. The Ghana man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghana man. So then, now those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to sell, to meet customer or something like sell in direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule. So they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen. So we have no choice and there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, we used to take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. No, actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. But there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We joined their group, Nagakon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle. with the struggle for our needs. Anyhow do, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash, some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I go see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things know the balance. And then, they gain assist to support the work. Everything I'm money now. So if you know, gain a way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know they easy for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money, because to get a place to stay, it's money. But how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for 2 major reasons. They work fast and they charge less. These 2 factors, he says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you try to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, then they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from there to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we are selling to the other. So that is why they not do it. But now, it is old. For now, they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abalikoro, some day are Tony down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifte Bukari, Key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong. It appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any feather. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now, our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business. So far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or that to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be criminal, made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you are being identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku, may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts. But these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Niagara Falls is one of the most important locations in terms of what it represents to people of African descent, because it's a border city, and as a border city it literally represents one last step or one river for you to cross to get to freedom on the Canadian side. Well, my name is Saladin Allah. I am an educator, author, as well as a descendant of Josiah Henson, who is an Underground Railroad forerunner. A lot of my family went through the Underground Railroad and crossed over into Canada in 1830. So my family was gone out of this country for over 100 years until some of us actually returned. As a black man, I represent less than 2% of the teacher workforce in this entire country. So just by being in that space, I'm providing youth, not just children of African descent, but all children, an opportunity to have access to cultural enrichment that under other circumstances they may never have access to. So we make sure that we teach about people within history who have done some extraordinary things. People of African descent, those who set foot here in America, there's always been a movement of resistance. So the Underground Railroad evolved from that resistance movement. And it took generations to create that network, but the network itself didn't become visible or popularized until you get into the 1800s. Where now you have common people that start to realize that there's some mode of transportation that people are using and that's below the perception of everyday people. So it became coined as an Underground Railroad. Niagara Falls, as a border city, represents one last river for you to cross along that journey from the south to the north when it comes to the Underground Railroad. When you think about the Underground Railroad as a human rights movement, that was the first initiative that allowed us to have that sense of citizenry that had been historically denied us. Without that movement initially, you wouldn't see the effects of other movements such as the Civil Rights Movement, such as the Black Power Movement. Any of these other movements are just really the result of that first human rights movement, which is known as the Underground Railroad. The beautiful thing about the location where I'm literally sitting right now is that in 1856 in December, Harriet Tubman crossed over to the Canadian side across the suspension bridge. So what you're seeing behind me is a replica of that suspension bridge because it once sat right outside of our Heritage Center. Harriet Tubman was very important because not only did she help be a part of those settlements on the Canadian side, but she also returned many times into the United States in order to assist others on their journey to freedom over on the Canadian side. So all of the cultural heritage that we celebrate here in this area is a part of reinforcing our identity as a people, as well as our infinite potential to be self-determined. When you consider this country is only 245 years old, and when you look at that 245 years, from 1776 all the way up into the 1960s, there were actual laws that denied people opportunities. Those laws shifted the landscape where we live, and it also created a separation or a gap, not only social economically, but also a cultural gap. And it takes years in order to address that. So learning from the past gives us a greater insight into how these events were indicators of the type of things that we see that are going on today. And a part of my solution is to make sure that I leave this world a better place and to add more beauty to it. And then part of my way of doing that is to teach youth and to make sure that I help these children become the best that they could actually be.
Yeah, that's called lucid dreaming.
One of the most rewarding parts of my work is being able to assist children and them recognizing their infinite potential to be able to solve problems on their own so they can critically arrive at a solution. Whenever I see that, I see hope. I see confidence in a brighter and a more beautiful future. And it's difficult for a person to see that capacity if they don't see that capacity. So I think it's important for us to really look within ourselves and find out, regardless of what we do for a living or where we're at in our life, what can we do to help positively impact the lives of others? It's all of our responsibility.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
On the news tonight, federal government to end payment of fuel subsidy by end of June 2023. Son of assassinated couple killed on New Year Day buried in Abeokuta. Labour Party candidate Peter Obi leads Tinubu, Atiku and Kwankwaso in fresh presidency survey. Many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The remains of Eroluwa Fatinoye, the son of a couple murdered in Abeokuta on New Year Day, has been buried on Tuesday in the Ogun State capital. Oreoluwa was abducted by his parents' killers on Monday and his body was recovered from a river in Adigbe, Obada area of Abeokuta. A brief Christian service witnessed by family members, friends and sympathizers was conducted at a cemetery before the final interment. The remains of a couple were buried earlier on Monday at Lantoro Cemetery in Abeokuta after a church service held at Christ Anglican Church, Ikporuake in Abeokuta. Meanwhile, the police public relations officer in Ogun State, Abimbola Oyeyemi, says no stone will be left unturned in the ongoing investigations.
Just this morning, the son of the couple who was taken away and thrown into the river, his body has been recovered in Ogun River. Investigation has commenced. The homicide section of the State Criminal Investigation Department are on it, and as we are progressing, we will continue briefing members of the public on the outcome of our investigation.
The federal government has held a public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 21.83 trillion naira 2023 appropriation bill. The event was held at the main auditorium of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning Complex. At the presentation, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed that the federal government will stop the payment of fuel subsidy by the end of June 2023. Our correspondent, Simisola Adigun, has the details in this report.
The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning opened its auditorium to the public and commenced the new year with a presentation and breakdown of the just signed 2023 appropriation bill. The 2023 budget was signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari and passed by the National Assembly on Tuesday, January 3, 2023. Speaking on the budget, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, said the 2023 budget was prepared against the backdrop of continuing global and domestic challenges and was designed to promote social inclusion and strengthen the resilience of the economy.
Quite possibly going to continue witnessing some of the global crises that are not abating, specifically the Russia-Ukraine war is not showing any signs of abating. And so that's one major component. The second component is the inflation growth across the world. The monetary authorities globally are still tightening, which means interest cost goes up, and that drives inflation. So it's just for every country to know that these difficulties are there and will be there through 2023, and we have to take our own measures to cushion those measures from running down any economy.
Breaking down the budget, the minister disclosed that the government made provisions of 3.36 trillion to cover the first 6 months of 2023, in line with an 18-month extension announced in early 2022.
We're also going to be exiting fuel subsidy by the middle of the year. So it will mean more revenue accruing to the Federation. The subsidy cost is a cost to the Federation. It eats up into the oil and gas revenue. So yes, we prepared this on the optimistic side, being assured that the security and the production will be sustained. And if it is sustained, these revenues are realizable. In fact, they are on the conservative side, because we always try to be conservative.
Speaking on the depreciation in the contribution of the oil and gas sector to the economy, the minister said this represents the government's resolve to diversify the economy.
The agricultural sector has the highest contribution of 23%, followed by the information and communications sector, then trade, manufacturing, then the oil and gas sector. The oil and gas sector contribution as at the third quarter of 2023 was just 5.66%. Again, this is to further emphasize that the Nigerian economy is truly, truly diversified.
As regards tax waivers, Zainab Ahmed announced the withdrawal of the pioneer status tax waiver for companies going forward, revealing that a total of 6 trillion naira had been forgone between 2021 to date under its tax waiver scheme. The plan, according to her, will help shore up the federal government's revenue. Simsola Adigun, TV360, Abuja.
Meanwhile, experts have expressed concern over the 2023 budget and its basic fundamentals. Speaking earlier to TV360 Nigeria, financial economist Paul Alaje says the revenue target in the budget is unrealistic and unachievable. He added that the amounts projected for debt servicing and the plan to borrow additional funds will be detrimental to the economy.
So I've seen that the President Buhari and his administration have passed the last budget, which is going to be under his supervision. It's a bit less than $50 billion, over 21 trillion naira. Government have said it wants to spend above 70% of this budget on recurrent expenditure. Is expecting significant part of this budget to be on recurrent, both debt service and also non-debt recurrent. And government is expecting that significant part of the spending will come from borrowings, 6.655 for loans. For debt service, significant proportion is coming on loans. So I've seen what the president wrote. Significant amount is also coming from revenue. Government is hoping to generate more from crude oil and to generate the rest from non-oil sector. At best, with what the president has passed yesterday, I strongly believe that that budget is not achievable. I believe that the budget is not realistic. And I also believe that the budget, in terms of revenue target, is what I said is not achievable. There are some good things about the budget. Because the issues government had with ASU that made ASU to stay at home for nearly 7 months or more should be laid to rest, because ASU interests have been carefully taken care of in the 2023 budget. Eventually, the president have signed it. I've seen some infrastructure that government have done. For instance, Lagos-Ibadan, which I could say that I haven't used the road about 4 or 5 times, that 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 road is near completion. Just a few portions that is not done. And I've also seen on television the second Niger Bridge that has been constructed by the administration. I would say kudos to them. I've also been to some northern part of Nigeria and I've seen what government have done in terms of infrastructure. I would say kudos to them. So for me, I've seen the positives of this budget and I've also seen the negatives. I tell you another negatives I've seen in the budget. For the first time in recent history, we are going to spend more on debt service than capital expenditure. What does that mean? Less than 6 trillion naira is what is going on capital according to the budget, 6.55. That's more than 6 trillion naira. We go on debt service, not to pay back debt. We need to, that has been observed in the 2023 budget just presented. I'll just sign, I beg your pardon, by President Buhari.
And now to politics. A newly conducted presidential survey carried out by Market Trends International has placed the Labour Party candidates Peter Obi ahead of Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Bola Tinubu of the APC, and Rabiu Kwankwaso of the NNPP. In a statement by the agency's executive director, Victor Evomeye, the former Anambra State governor got the highest favorable rating of 44%, indicating majority of the respondents will vote for the Labour Party candidates in the upcoming presidential election. He further disclosed that findings show that 49% of respondents were still undecided on which party they would vote for as at December 2021. The All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu has promised to work to change Kano from a commercial city to a mega city if elected president. Tinubu made this known at the party's presidential rally in the state. As part of activities before the rally, the APC candidate paid a courtesy visit to the palace of the Emir of Kano, Aminu Ado Bayero, to seek his prayers and blessings ahead of the polls. Governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, who spoke in Hausa, expressed delight at Bola Tinubu's visit and assured him of more support from many other key stakeholders in the state for victory to be achieved come 2023. In Anambra State, Governor of the state, Chukwuma Soludo, has condemned the migrants' killings in Abosi and Opono in Indemili North and Oka South Council areas, respectively. Speaking to residents, the governor said all linked to the courts that fought within the communities affected will surely be tracked down and dealt with decisively in accordance with the law. While calling on the people to go about their duties as they enjoy the new year, Soludo assured that the perpetrators of the crime will be apprehended and decisively dealt with. Pro-democracy activists in Kogi State have expressed concerns over alleged utterances and activities of some politicians following the explosion of Okene in the day President Muhammadu Buhari visited the state to commission legacy projects of Governor Yahaya Bello. The activists, who made their position known at a press conference in Abuja on Tuesday, said the impactful infrastructure projects have exposed what they described as campaigns of against Governor Yahaya as simply unfounded. They further called on politicians in the country to shun all forms of terrorism that could work against a smooth transition process this year.
We view with serious concern this recent bomb blast in Okene in Kogi State that coincided with the last visit of President Muhammadu Buhari to the state, which was apparently aimed at disrupting the president's schedule or paint a picture of an unsafe state. And for those who have followed the trajectory of the security situation in the country, particularly those of us who are familiar with the fact that Kogi is a peculiar state, a state that has boundary with 8 other states in the country, becomes one of the states that ordinarily should be so porous when you talk about security, But the last couple of years, I've witnessed a situation whereby the states have received lots of commendation locally and internationally for the way it has been able to manage its internal security, for the way it has been able to manage, the engagement of citizens to protect the state. It was a dastardly crime, no doubt. But more drastically was the evil actions of some politicians in the state who were celebrating the bomb blast. We state unequivocally that security agencies must fish out those unpatriotic politicians and let to have rejoiced at the misfortune of fellow citizens who lost their lives needlessly as a result of actions of terrorists.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, EFCC recovers 13 billion naira illegal fuel subsidy payments. Details of the story and more right after this break.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12 December 2022 to Sunday 22 January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The federal government has held a public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 21.83 trillion naira 2023 appropriation bill. At the presentation, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed that the federal government has said it will stop the payment of fuel subsidy by the end of June 2023. The minister disclosed that the government made provisions of 3.36 trillion naira for fuel subsidy payments to cover the first 6 months of 2023, in line with the 18-month extension announcement in early 2022. We also told you that the remains of Areoluwa Fatinoye, the son of a couple murdered in Abeokuta on New Year Day, has been buried on Tuesday in the Ogun State capital. Areoluwa was abducted by his parents' killers on Monday, and his body was recovered from a river in Adigbe, Obada area of Abeokuta. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has said that the COVID-19 Omicron sublineages partly responsible for the current increase in COVID-19 cases in China. The United States and the United Kingdom have not yet been detected in the country. The NCDC disclosed this on Wednesday in an update on COVID-19 genomic surveillance signed by its Director General Ifedayo Adetifa that although the COVID-19 protocols and restrictions have been eased, people at high risk for severe COVID-19 must continue to adhere to the recommended non-pharmaceutical interventions such as the use of face masks, good hand and respiratory hygiene, and avoidance of crowded spaces. We'll take a breather now and return with more stories in business. To stay with us. Welcome back. Mary Kanu joins us now for more stories in business. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, Folashade. Hello and welcome to Business News. The Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Ben Akabweze, has said that the format of the 2023 budget has been changed to provide detailed information on the revenue and expenditure. Akabweze disclosed this at the public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 2023 Appropriation Act. Akabweze also said the Ministry of Finance changed the order of the budget to address the recurrent issue of budget pardon.
In the run-up to preparing the 2023 budget, we only held detailed bilateral discussions with the ministries, departments and agencies that have key revenue generating responsibilities to underscore that unless we fix that side of the budget, some of the goals that we seek about how much more, what percentage of GDP should be, ideally allocated to different sectors will not be feasible. And unless we fix the revenue side of the budget, the concerns often expressed about, borrowing and isn't that will also not be addressed. As the National Assembly has argued that in the exercise of their legislative authority, has allowed them, the Constitution, that the changes they make to the budget cannot be termed budget padding, because budget padding is a term that describes unauthorized changes to the budget. So while it is okay to express views about what enters the budget, it's important that we appropriately describe it and label it.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has recovered about 13 billion naira as proceeds of illegal payments made under the subsidy regime between 2017 and 2021. This was based on the National Inherent Risk Assessment of Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing in the Nigerian Extractive Sector document. The Anti-Graft Agency added that there had been diversion of petroleum products to non-designated retail outlets, which is a fraudulent practice that leverages on the fuel subsidy regime. In 2021, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation had said fuel subsidy gulped 1.4 trillion naira. We'll take a break now and return with stock market report. It's another win for the NGX at the close of the second trading day in the new year as the bull showed up with the market rising to close at 0.12%. Market capitalization also tells another good story as 33 billion naira was ordered to the market to close at 28.1 trillion naira. Now, compared with the previous trading day, today's data shows 265 million volume of shares were traded in 4,156 deals. Now, the gains were propelled by gains from the consumer goods and services sector as well as gains from 21 equities. A switch now to the global scene. FTSE continues its bright start in 2023, closing its second trading day at 0.41%. Dow Jones also trailed in the same line, closing at 0.68%. However, Japan stocks Nikkei closed lower as losses in the chemical and mining sectors led shares lower at 1.45%. Well, that's the stock market report. Folashade, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Mary, for that update. And on the foreign scene, the last surviving astronaut, Walter Cunningham, from the first successful crewed space mission in NASA's Apollo program, has died at the age of 90. Cunningham was one of 3 astronauts aboard the 1968 Apollo 7 mission, an 11-day flight that's beamed live broadcast and paved the way for the moon landing less than a year later. The Apollo 7 astronauts won a special Emmy Award for their daily television reports from the orbit, during which they clowned around, held humorous signs, and educated Earthlings about space flight. It was NASA's first crewed space mission since the deaths of the 3 Apollo 1 astronauts in a launch pad fire on 27th January 1967. And in sport, Africa table tennis champion Quadri Aruna has expressed great delight after completing his transfer from Bundesliga side TTC to Russian champions Fakel Gazprom Orenburg for the rest of the 2022 to 2023 season. While in Germany, the Nigerian table tennis superstar helped Fulda to the semi-final of the German Cup and the Bundesliga playoff last season. After spending the last 2 seasons in Germany with Fulda, Aruna says he's ready for a new challenge in Russia with his new club. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade of Green Day. Bye for now.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15 January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Good day and welcome to your exciting program on TV360 Sport. I'm sure a lot of people still World Cup fever as what is going on across the globe in Qatar. We also know that as football is one of the oldest sports in the country, not just in the country, across the globe, we know that there are other sports coming up to ensure that those participating in this club also have a say when it comes to talking about sport, and that's what we do on 360 Sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu, and I'll be joined by Kemi Awe. Kemi Awe is Executive Director of Cubing Nigeria. You wonder what Cubing is all about. Cubing is a sport that has to do with your techniques, that has to do with your ability to think fast while using a cube on your hand. And joining me is Kemi Awe. It's good to have you on the show, ma'am.
Good to be here too.
Yes, let's start with cubing and cube. How did it become a sport in this part of our world?
Okay, speed cubing is a mental sport really, and speed cubing is all about having to solve the Rubik's Cube within the shortest possible time. It's not so popular in this part of the world, but in the Western world, it's making waves.
Yeah, but that's been now the reception, the sport, knowing that it's a sport that is still trying to, get its legs across in the country. How did it get into Nigeria first and foremost?
Okay, the Rubik's Cube has been in existence for over 45 years now. It was actually, invented by Professor Eno Rubik, a Hungarian professor of architecture and sculpture. It was created in the course of him wanting to teach his students how to think in 3 dimensions, how to think in 3D. And he came about inventing the Rubik's Cube. And that's why it's named after him, because his name is Eno Rubik. So the cube itself was named after him, being the inventor. Now, it took him over 30 days for him to solve his own creation.
Okay.
But now, because it has gained so much popularity, people solve it in the twinkle of an eye. 4 seconds, you see people solving it within 4 seconds. Now, that is the 3x3. The 3x3 variants, because there are other variants. There is the 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, on and on and on.
Okay, now you are one person that's brought the sport in the country. Do you have the connection between you? What do you just want to try something new, or you think this is what it? Why did you join to be part of this new sport into the country? Why did you bring the sport into the country?
Okay. Let me correct something. I didn't bring it into the country.
Okay.
Rather, though when I was younger, I played with it, but I was never ever able to solve it when I was small. But becoming an adult, and my son went to a camp in Abuja, a mathematics camp in Abuja, and it was used as a mathematical manipulative, in that camp. So when he brought it back home, we were like, oh, this is what I used to play with. My husband too said, oh, I used to play with this thing too. And we started looking for how, we can further spread the news of the importance, the benefits of solving the cube, because it really, really helps develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. And that was how we came about it. And then my son decided to set up an NGO, which is, the acronym is SMILE. SMILE is the acronym for Smile, Mathematics is Lively and Entertaining.
Okay.
And it was going around school with our support, of course, and support of some of our friends who bought into the idea of spreading the news about the cube. So we went around schools, introducing it to schools and encouraging them to take it up as a sport. Then we started researching into what is happening globally about it. And we saw that, yes, people are competing. People are competing in various ways, one-handed, with the feet, under the water, though I wouldn't advise anybody to do that except if you're a professional swimmer.
Okay.
So many, variants of, so many ways of solving it. And people are really, really doing well. For instance, Max Park is an American.
Okay.
And even though he's an autistic child, but he's leading the pack in the 3x3. He's holding the world record in 3x3. And so we want to encourage our young ones and the youth to take it up as a sport. So we decided to register as a regional organization. So we registered as a regional organization. Keeping Nigeria registered as a regional organization. We submitted our application with the World Cube Association. And, we were granted that opportunity to further spread it throughout Nigeria. And so here we are, Keeping Nigeria, trying to promote speed cubing amongst our youth and the children.
Okay, interesting. Before I go to the development of the sport in country, I want to ask, I've been the reception, the people's reaction towards the sports? Has it been challenging? Have it been encouraging? Has it been? Because, it's a new sport. And some might think it's an elite sport. It's a sport for the genius ones. It's a sport for the smart thinking child. But it's a sport, it's not just a sport for everybody. You have to have your IQ in a particular percentage for you to be part of this sport. How true is that?
Oh, it's been quite challenging. It's been very, very challenging. Mostly people that, take it up are people that have traveled outside the country and they are aware that, they are aware of the benefits of solving the cube. Even though we don't want to make it an elitist sport, but it's mostly people that are, I don't want to use the word elitist, that
perhaps intelligent,
that are imbibing the culture of speed cubing.
Okay.
But we need to really, really take it to the grassroots. And we'll appreciate if government organizations like the sports organization being run by the government is also, open to it. We've tried to approach some ministry of sports, not just in Lagos, I think Ogun, but we've not made a headway yet. And also the World Cube Association is also pushing for it to be recognized as a sport worldwide. Maybe by the time the WCA makes a headway, then Nigerian governments will also take it up, maybe. But we are trying our best so far.
Okay.
We go around schools, and some mostly private schools, because they are the ones that could afford a cube. You can't do the sports without having your own personal cube. Practice makes perfect. You need to own it in order to be able to practice and solve within the shortest possible time.
Now, before we go on this quick short break, What's the push coming from? You know, there have been challenges. The government have not really given that support. Schools, the cost of cubing and all that. So where do you get all your the resources, the energy to still forge ahead regardless?
It's actually the passion that is driving me, and we have friends that we ask for support. So mostly family and friends. The resources, financial resources, are coming from mostly family and friends. And of course, what is driving me, the major driving force, is the passion. I really, really love Nigerian children and youth to take their place in the, in that space, that speed cubing space worldwide. And I'm sure we'll achieve it.
Okay, we'll take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll be asking about the development of cubing in Nigeria and several events you've done and the forthcoming events. Don't go away, it's still 360 Sports.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Yeah, welcome back. We still have Kemi Awe with us, and she is the executive director of Cubing Nigeria. Has done so much to bring the sport cubing. Even from cubing as a sport and the challenges, let's see the development of cubing in Nigeria. Kemi Awe, the development of cubing in the country. So far,
yes,
so
thank
good.
you very much. Yes.
So far, so good. The development of the yeah.
Okay, we started speed cubing competition. We didn't call it speed cubing then. In 2015, we named it Interschool. Experience the Cube Interschool Cubing Competition, and we started. It's unofficial competition amongst different schools from different parts of the country, mostly from Western Nigeria, and we had the first one in LTV 8 in Ikeja. That was where we had the first one in 2015 on Children's Day. So the following year we also had, that was in 2016, we had another one there in the same venue. Then we moved to High Impact, where we had intelligence meets creativity. That was the theme for that year in 2017 that we had that. And the news started spreading that, there's this competition about speed cubing going on among schools. So each year we were experiencing a higher number of schools registering to participate, and it's been growing since. However, COVID-19 disrupted activities. Okay. In 2019, we had the first official competition. Because of what we've been doing in the cubing community, the WCA got to know about us, and they agreed for us, they agreed for us to have an official competition, and a delegate was sent in. A delegate was sent in from Morocco, because we did not have a delegate in Nigeria then. So a delegate was sent in from Morocco So we had the first official cubing competition in Nigeria, alongside our usual, what we've been having over the past 4 years, the Experience the Cube inter-school cubing competition. And there we had, we set a national record. Of course, it was our first time, and we also set a continental record. One of our participants, Paul Eyikume, broke the continental record in 4x4. He broke the continental record. South Africa was dominating the table then, but Paul was able to come in and shattered the ceiling. But 2020 and 2021, in 2020 really, COVID-19 disrupted activities and we could not hold any competition. And we didn't hold any until this year. In August 20th, we had the first one in 2 years. Yes, we had the first one in 2 years. And then it was immediately followed in October by the championship, the national championship that was held. The one in August was held in AFSS. That's the Apostolic Faith Secondary School in Anthony. And the last one, which was in October, just last month, was held in Igbobi College. And we're planning another one for Abuja because we need to move outside Lagos and let others experience speed cubing too, and other cubers within the northern zone to experience speed cubing, official speed cubing competition. So we are planning one for January, by God's grace, to have one in Abuja.
Okay, now, before we go to the event coming up in Abuja, geographically in the country, where is the hot spot for cubing? Geographically in the country,
so far, Lagos.
Where?
So far, it's in Lagos.
So far, so any other
Lagos
apart from Lagos?
And we also we have cubers in Kano. We have just this morning, the Maiduguri guys were chatting with me that we need to bring it to Maiduguri too. So they have a crop of people over there too in Maiduguri.
Okay. Now let's now.
So Lagos, Kano, and then
Maiduguri. Interesting.
Borno.
Okay. And let's not look at it. The event coming up in Abuja. What's the purpose of that event? What do the organizer tend to achieve in organizing that event and making sure it's in Abuja?
Okay, the aim is just to allow the northern Cubans to also participate, because they complain that everything is happening in Lagos and they could not come probably because of due to some logistics, finance inclusive, but they want to experience it. So it's better we take it to somewhere central. Abuja is central enough for people in Kano to come, the Abuja gang to join in, and then people in Borno, though they are clamoring for their own, especially, but it's one step at a time.
So what caliber of people are expected? What kind of Cubans, new beginners? What's the formation of the tournament? Is it for the expert, intermediate, or beginners, or is it all encompassing to continue the progression of cubing in the country?
It's a mix.
Okay.
A mix of both the well-known guys and those that are unknown. Okay. Because the newbies could be able to solve it, unless we test it, we won't even know. Like what happened when we had the Lagos Open in August. The person that won the pyramids was basically unknown. You know, it just came in, all the known guys that we had thought would shatter the table, you know, he just said them.
Okay.
So we have some unknown people, you know, in the interior.
Okay.
So that's why we should take it to them and let them showcase their skill and probably represent the country in future international competitions.
Okay, interesting. Now, still on that event, because we know event is it's one tool to ensure that a sport continues. It ensures that the sport continue to live up to the expectation. And is there any name tag to that event? Is there a prize to that event? What should we be expecting apart from cubing? What should we be expecting? Anything extraordinary?
Oh, well, to encourage them. It's really to encourage, because we don't have any corporate sponsors.
Okay.
So we give them cash awards, we give them medals, we give them trophies, and recognition, international recognition.
Okay.
Because they are listed among the world cubers.
Okay.
Once you participate in the competition, your name is there. When you go to WCA website, you see your ranking as well.
Okay. So the event in Abuja is a
continentally and
event.
Internationally. Sorry.
The event in Abuja is a ranking event.
All the competitions we've been having since 2019, they rank them.
Okay.
All participants have their ranks.
Okay. Yes, this is how we'll call you up onto this show. Thank you very much, Kemi Awe, for your love for cubing, and I'm sure that the next feature will be having Nigerian Cubing Federation, which is going to be in collaboration also with the sport ministry, and I think that's going to be very fantastic. Well, thank you, Kemi Awe.
Thanks very much for having me. Take care.
Yeah. Yes, that's Kemi Awe, the Executive Director of Nigerian Cubing. Cubing is a sport that has to do with so much intellectual ability, and she and our crew are making sure day and night that this sport strive and be part of the well-known sports in the country. If you're just joining us, you can join our conversation on all social media platforms so that you can know what cubing, and if you want to know more cubing is all about, you can drop your questions and we'll give your reply to that. And that's all we'll take on today's program. I'm Mudashiru Shutu. Thanks for watching. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
1957年、私が1歳8ヶ月の時、私の祖父、尾形福松が突然原因不明の病気を発症し、日に日に病状が悪化し、痙攣やよだれの垂れ流し、歩行困難、言語障害、そういった症状が繰り返されて2ヶ月過ぎた当時の水俣市立病院の隔離病棟、伝染病棟にて狂ってあの世へ旅立ったというふうに聞かされています。さらには祖父福松が病気を発症したその1週間前に生まれた私の妹ひとみが原因不明の重度の症状を背負ってですね、この世に生を受けた。そのことをきっかけに当時暮らしていた尾形家の家族が次々と体調の不調を訴え、水俣病という認定を受けた親族は20名です。そして胎児性水俣病患者が3名います。私は水俣病資料館で語り部 を、しております、尾形正美と言います。本業としてはですね、尾形建具店という木工商です。仕事をしながら語り部活動を行っております。大人になってから気づいたんですけども、ものすごく、手足の感覚が通常の人に比べたらですね、低下していることが明らかになりました。メチル水銀中毒が原因というふうに分かってはいくんですけども、水俣病特有の偏見差別がさらに尾形家に襲いかかったわけです。水俣病はうつるという噂が飛び交ったためにですね、私たちの被害を明らかにすることができなかったわけです。私も物心ついた時から幸せになりたいというその願いの中でですね、水俣病は邪魔だと思うようになりました。家族にも隠し、家庭を持ち、そしてやがて子供が生まれました。女の子でした。娘が大学に向かうその前日だったと思います。私にこんな言葉が書きました。正直に生きなさいと言っているお父さんこそが正直に生きないとね。その娘の言葉がですね、私の胸に突き刺さったような気がしたんです。38歳の時でした。そして私が選んだ道、娘のためにも自分のためにも世の中のためにも、人類が初めて体験したとされる水俣病の被害者であることを明かさなければならない。認定を受けてからこれから私はどう生きるのかということをさらに自分に問いかけたときに、語り部になって世界中の人たちにまず伝えること、その中で2013年はですね、水俣から世界に水銀に関する条約、水俣条約を発信することができました。開会式でですね、スピーチを行ったわけです。水俣病を悲惨な出来事で決して終わらせないでほしい。水俣病を世界が教訓として役立ててほしいということを強く訴えました。今日ここにお集まりの世界の皆様、ようこそ水俣に。水俣湾郊外水俣病、そのここは爆心地です。で、本来ここは海だったんです。広大な埋め立て地をさまざまな形で活用して新しい水俣をですね、少しずつ取り戻しつつある。ここは未生の森といいます。偏見差別を一日でも早くなくし、本来の水俣を取り戻そうという願いの中でですね、取り組まれたこの未生の森、その森がですね、こんなに大きく成長しているわけです。私は許可をいただいて枝を切り、そしてその枝からですね、新しく生まれる生命、祈りのこけしというのを今まで4000体以上掘って渡してきたんです。水俣病の被害に遭ったものができることを世界の人たちに伝えることによって、世界が勇気と希望を持ってくれるんじゃないかな。水俣病は決して終わったわけではない。これからそういう意味でも水俣は世界に発信していく拠点になるんじゃないかな。
News tonight. Federal government to end payment of fuel subsidy by end of June 2023. Son of assassinated couple killed on New Year Day buried in Abeokuta. Labour Party candidate Peter Obi leads Tinubu, Atiku and Kwankwaso in fresh presidency survey. Many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. The remains of Eroluwa Fatinoye, the son of a couple murdered in Abeokuta on New Year Day, has been buried on Tuesday in the Ogun State capital. Oreoluwa was abducted by his parents' killers on Monday and his body was recovered from a river in Adigbe, Obada area of Abeokuta. A brief Christian service witnessed by family members, friends and sympathizers was conducted at a cemetery before the final interment. The remains of the couple were buried earlier on Monday at Lantoro Cemetery in Abeokuta after a church service held at Christ Anglican Church, Ikporuake in Abeokuta. Meanwhile, the police public relations officer in Ogun State, Abimbola Oyeyemi, says no stone will be left unturned in the ongoing investigations.
Just this morning, the son of the couple who was taken away and thrown into the river, his body has been recovered in Ogun River. Investigation has commenced. The homicide section of the State Criminal Investigation Department are on it, and as we are progressing, we will continue briefing members of the public on the outcome of our investigation.
The federal government has held a public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 21.83 trillion naira 2023 appropriation bill. The event was held at the main auditorium of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning Complex. At the presentation, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed that the federal government will stop the payment of fuel subsidy by the end of June 2023. Our correspondent, Simisola Adigun, has the details in this report.
The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning opened its auditorium to the public and commenced the new year with a presentation and breakdown of the just signed 2023 appropriation bill. The 2023 budget was signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari and passed by the National Assembly on Tuesday, January 3, 2023. Speaking on the budget, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, said the 2023 budget was prepared against the backdrop of continuing global and domestic challenges and was designed to promote social inclusion and strengthen the resilience of the economy.
Quite possibly going to continue witnessing some of the global crises that are not abating. Specifically, the Russia-Ukraine war is not showing any signs of abating. And so that's one major component. The second component is the inflation growth across the world. The monetary authorities globally are still tightening, which means interest cost goes up, and that drives inflation. So it's just for every country to know that these difficulties are there and will be there through 2023, and we have to take our own measures to cushion those measures from running down any economy.
Breaking down the budget, the minister disclosed that the government made provisions of 3.36 trillion naira for fuel subsidy payment to cover the first 6 months of 2023, in line with an 18-month extension announced in early 2022.
We're also going to be exiting fuel subsidy by the middle of the year. So it will mean more revenue accruing to the Federation. Subsidy cost is a cost to the Federation. It eats up into the oil and gas revenue. So yes, we prepared this on the optimistic side, being assured that the security and the production will be sustained. And if it is sustained, these revenues are realizable. In fact, they are on the conservative side, because we always try to be conservative.
Speaking on the depreciation in the contribution of the oil and gas sector to the economy, the minister said this represents the government's resolve to diversify the economy.
The agricultural sector has the highest contribution of 23%, followed by the information and communications sector, then trade, manufacturing, then the oil and gas sector. Oil and gas sector contribution as at the third quarter of 2023 was just 5.66%. Again, this is to further emphasize that the Nigerian economy is truly, truly diversified.
As regards tax waivers, Zainab Ahmed announced the withdrawal of the pioneer status tax waiver for companies going forward, revealing that a total of 6 trillion naira had been forgone between 2021 to date under its tax waiver scheme. The plan, according to her, will help shore up the federal government's revenue. Simsola Adigun, TV360, Abuja.
Meanwhile, experts have expressed concern over the 2023 budget and its basic fundamentals. Speaking earlier to TV360 Nigeria, financial economist Paul Alaje says the revenue target in the budget is unrealistic and unachievable. He added that the amounts projected for debt servicing and the plan to borrow additional funds will be detrimental to the economy.
So I've seen that the President Buhari and his administration have passed the last budget, which is going to be under his supervision. It's a bit less than $50 billion, over 21 trillion naira. Government have said it wants to spend above 70% of this budget on recurrent expenditure. Is expecting significant part of this budget to be on recurrent, both debt service and also non-debt recurrent. And government is expecting that significant part of the spending will come from borrowings, 6.65% for loans. For debt service, significant proportion is coming on loans. So I've seen what the president wrote. Significant amount is also coming from revenue. Government is hoping to generate more from crude oil and to generate the rest from non-oil sector. At best, with what the president have passed yesterday, I strongly believe that that budget is not achievable. I believe that the budget is not realistic. And I also believe that the budget, in terms of revenue target, is what I said is not achievable. There are some good things about the budget. Because the issues government had with ASU that made ASU to stay at home for nearly 7 months or more should be laid to rest, because ASU interests are being carefully taken care of in the 2023 budget. Eventually, the president have signed it. I've seen some infrastructure that government have done. For instance, Lagos-Ibadan, which I could say that Apple used the road about 4 or 5 times, that road is near completion. Just a few portions that is not done. And I've also seen on television the second Niger Bridge that has been constructed by the administration. I would say kudos to them. I've also been to some northern part of Nigeria and I've seen what government have done in terms of infrastructure. I would say kudos to them. So for me, I've seen the positives of this budget and I've also seen the negatives. So I tell you another negatives I've seen in the budget. For the first time in recent history, we are going to spend more on debt service than capital expenditure. What does that mean? Less than 6 trillion naira is what is going on capital according to the budget. 6.55, that's more than 6 trillion naira. We go on debt service, not to pay back debt. So these are issues that we need to, that has been observed in the 2023 budget just presented. I'll just sign, I beg your pardon, by President Buhari.
And now to politics. A newly conducted presidential survey carried out by Market Trends International has placed the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi ahead of Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Bola Tinubu of the APC, and Rabiu Kwankwaso of the NNPP. In a statement by the agency's executive director, Victor Evomeye, the former Anambra State governor got the highest favorable rating of 44%, indicating majority of the respondents will vote for the Labour Party candidates in the upcoming presidential election. He further disclosed that findings show that 49% of respondents were still undecided on which party they would vote for as at December 2021. The All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu has promised to work to change Kano from a commercial city to a megacity if elected president. Tinubu made this known at the party's presidential rally in the state. As part of activities before the rally, the APC candidate paid a courtesy visit to the palace of the Emir of Kano, Aminu Ado Bayero, to seek his prayers and blessings ahead of the polls. Governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganjude, who spoke in Hausa, expressed delight at Bola Tinubu's visit and assured him of more support from many other key stakeholders in the state for victory to be achieved come 2023. In Anambra State, Governor of the state, Chukwuma Soludo, has condemned the mindless killings in Abosi and Opono in Indemili North and Oka South Council areas, respectively. Speaking to residents, the governor said all linked to the courts that fought within the communities affected will surely be tracked down and dealt with decisively in accordance with the law. While calling on the people to go about their duties as they enjoy the new year, Soludo assured that the perpetrators of the crime will be apprehended and decisively dealt with. Pro-democracy activists in Kogi State have expressed concerns over alleged utterances and activities of some politicians following the explosion of Okene in the day President Muhammadu Buhari visited the state to commission legacy projects of Governor Yahaya Bello. The activists, who made their position known at a press conference in Abuja on Tuesday, said the impactful infrastructure projects have exposed what they described as campaigns of against Governor Yahaya as simply unfounded. They further called on politicians in the country to shun all forms of terrorism that could work against a smooth transition process this year.
We view with serious concern this recent bomb blast in Okene in Kogi State that coincided with the last visit of President Muhammadu Buhari to the state, which was apparently, aimed at disrupting the president's schedule or paint a picture of an unsafe state. And for those who have followed, the trajectory of the security situation in the country, particularly those of us who are familiar with the fact that Kogi is a peculiar state, a state that has boundary with 8 other states in the country, becomes one of the states that ordinarily should be so porous when you talk about security, But the last couple of years, I've witnessed a situation whereby the states have received lots of commendation locally and internationally for the way it has been able to manage its internal security, for the way it has been able to manage, the engagement of citizens to protect the state. It was a dastardly crime, no doubt. But more dastardly was the evil actions of some politicians in the state who were celebrating the bomb blast. We state unequivocally that security agencies must fish out those unpatriotic politicians alleged to have rejoiced at the misfortune of fellow citizens who lost their lives needlessly as a result of actions of terrorists.
We'll take a break here, but still to come. EFCC recovers 13 billion naira illegal fuel subsidy payments. Details of the story and more right after this break.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has fixed Monday 12th December 2022 to Sunday 22nd January 2023 as the dates for the collection of PVCs nationwide from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, including Saturdays and Sundays. All registrants who are yet to collect their PVCs or requested for transfer of registration, as well as those who applied for replacement of lost or damaged PVCs, can now visit INEC local government offices where they intend to vote to collect their PVCs. Collection of PVCs will be further extended to ward level for those who are unable to collect theirs at local government offices from Friday 6th to Sunday 15th January 2023. Thereafter, the exercise will be reverted to the local government offices of the INEC until Sunday 22nd January 2023. Remember, only those with PVC can vote on election day. Collect your PVC now to vote. It is your duty. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, making your votes count, consolidating our democracy.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The federal government has held a public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 21.83 trillion naira 2023 appropriation bill. At the presentation, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, disclosed that the federal government has said it will stop the payment of fuel subsidy by the end of June 2023. The minister disclosed that the government made provisions of 3.36 trillion naira for fuel subsidy payments to cover the first 6 months of 2023, in line with the 18-month extension announcement in early 2022. We also told you that the remains of Areoluwa Fatinoye, the son of a couple murdered in Abeokuta on New Year Day, has been buried on Tuesday in the Ogun State capital. Areoluwa was abducted by his parents' killers on Monday, and his body was recovered from a river in Adigbe, Obada area of Abeokuta. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has said that the COVID-19 Omicron sublineages partly responsible for the current increase in COVID-19 cases in China. The United States and the United Kingdom have not yet been detected in the country. The NCDC disclosed this on Wednesday in an update on COVID-19 genomic surveillance signed by its Director General Ifedayo Aditifa added that although the COVID-19 protocols and restrictions have been eased, people at high risk for severe COVID-19 must continue to adhere to the recommended non-pharmaceutical interventions such as the use of face masks, good hand and respiratory hygiene, and avoidance of crowded spaces. We'll take a breather now and return with more stories in business. To stay with us. Welcome back. Mary Kanu joins us now for more stories in business. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, Folashade. Hello and welcome to Business News. The Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Ben Akabweze, has said that the format of the 2023 budget has been changed to provide detailed information on the revenue and expenditure. Akabweze disclosed this at the public presentation and breakdown of highlights of the 2023 Appropriation Act. Akabweze also said the Ministry of Finance changed the order of the budget to address the recurrent issue of budget pardon.
In the run-up to preparing the 2023 budget, we only held detailed bilateral discussions with the ministries, departments and agencies that have key revenue generating responsibilities to underscore that unless we fix that side of the budget, some of the goals that we seek about how much more, what percentage of GDP should be, ideally allocated to different sectors will not be feasible. And unless we fix the revenue side of the budget, the concerns often expressed about, borrowing and isn't that will also not be addressed. As the National Assembly has argued that in the exercise of their legislative authority, has allowed them, the Constitution, that the changes they make to the budget cannot be termed budget padding, because budget padding is a term that describes unauthorized changes to the budget. So while it is okay to express views about what enters the budget, it's important that we appropriately describe it and label it.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has recovered about 13 billion naira as proceeds of illegal payments made under the subsidy regime between 2017 and 2021. This was based on the National Inherent Risk Assessment of Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing in the Nigerian Extractive Sector document. The Anti-Graft Agency added that there had been diversion of petroleum products to non-designated retail outlets, which is a fraudulent practice that leverages on the fuel subsidy regime. In 2021, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation had said fuel subsidy gulped 1.4 trillion naira. We'll take a break now and return with stock market report. It's another win for the NGX at the close of the second trading day in the new year as the bull showed up with the market rising to close at 0.12%. Market capitalization also tells another good story as 33 billion naira was ordered to the market to close at 28.1 trillion naira. Now, compared with the previous trading day, today's data shows 265 million volume of shares were traded in 4,156 deals. Now, the gains were propelled by gains from the consumer goods and services sector as well as gains from 21 equities. A switch now to the global scene. FTSE continues its bright start in 2023, closing its second trading day at 0.41%. Dow Jones also trailed in the same line, closing at 0.68%. However, Japan stocks Nikkei closed lower as losses in the chemical and mining sectors led shares lower at 1.45%. Well, that's the stock market report. For Lashade, back to you.
Many thanks, Mary, for that update. And on the foreign scene, the last surviving astronaut, Walter Cunningham, from the first successful crewed space mission in NASA's Apollo program, has died at the age of 90. Cunningham was one of 3 astronauts aboard the 1968 Apollo 7 mission, an 11-day flight that's beamed live broadcast and paved the way for the moon landing less than a year later. The Apollo 7 astronauts won a special Emmy Award for their daily television reports from the orbit, during which they clowned around, held humorous signs, and educated Earthlings about space flight. It was NASA's first crewed space mission since the deaths of the 3 Apollo 1 astronauts in a launch pad fire on 27th January 1967. And in sport, Africa table tennis champion Quadri Aruna has expressed great delight after completing his transfer from Bundesliga side TTC to Russian champions Fakel Gazprom Orenburg for the rest of the 2022 to 2023 season. While in Germany, the Nigerian table tennis superstar helped Fulda to the semi-final of the German Cup and the Bundesliga playoff last season. After spending the last 2 seasons in Germany with Fulda, Aruna says he's ready for a new challenge in Russia with his new club. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade of Green Day. Bye for now.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The majestic River Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge, constructed by Dumez, was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the southeast.
bridge is very nice. It's very good.
So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the river Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side. I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it will make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3 kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3 kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ucheoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
when the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the Loko Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultra-modern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu, we will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does he demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot, and even south because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for southeast, also for south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.